How many children?
3.
3 children. So what do you have to say? Your response to this?
All right, ma'am. She said January. I've been around with them. That was last year, January. The time I left the house was October, like I said initially. And what really made me leave the house was because she said I should leave, I shouldn't stay around her, that she does not want to see me around her based on...
Is that true?
The truth is, like what I stated, fraud. He was holding a stolen property. The thing is, he doesn't like to work.
And you had 3 children for him.
He doesn't like to work. All he does is...
And you had 3 children for him. And you stayed back with him for 11 years.
That's the truth.
You know what? If you cannot prove anything, don't allege it. Because for me, I might be wrong. I'm just seeing bitterness between the two of you. If you are telling me he's always been fraudulent and you stayed with him for 11 years, does it mean the two of you were practicing the same thing together?
No.
And suddenly you repented?
No.
So if it's not so, and you still have 3 children for him,
yes,
be careful what you say. Remember, these are your children too. Do you understand me? They'll grow up one day, and all these things will always be there. Internet does not lie. If they grow up and decide to do investigation about him and discover it's not true, how do you think they will feel? But if it's true, do you understand me? Then you did not do the right thing because you ought to have reported it to the...
Till the next day.
And after that, was he exonerated or he was jailed or he was convicted or something? Because this is police now.
They had to settle it. He was asked to pay back what he took from that person.
A loan?
Yes.
A loan is not a criminal offense. A loan is not a criminal. That's why I said be very, very careful what you say. Because you are a very young girl and I realize you don't know implication of most of these things on the criminal aspect. You don't. A loan is not an offense. That's a civil.
It's not loan.
It's a civil case, but you just confirm it. Anyway, that's not why you are before me.
The plaintiff, Promise Opara, claims that her husband abandoned her with the burden of rent and children upkeep. She alleges that her husband is a lazy man with criminal tendencies. Judge Fomi cautioned her about making unfounded allegations out of bitterness. She wades into this matter.
Right, you want upkeep on the children,
yes.
Right? So, what do you have to do on this?
All right, ma'am. Before we came here, I met with her and I sat down with her. First, what I do as a person, I have my handiwork that I'm doing. I'm a chef. I cook. I do local and intercontinental dishes. For some times I've been away, was even while she was complaining that I've not been doing anything for her. My parents are still alive. My parents are always sending money to her. Pertaining the house issue she mentioned, I was in Owerri when she called me. The landlord was not even trying to get any house payment from us. He just wants us to live there. He said the family, they wants to use the house. So the next the option we were having was like getting another apartment. So before I left Lagos, I was struggling with job, as in working somewhere. So it was after I left to Owerri, my uncle decided to help me. And I had an agreement with my uncle that I was working with. So the first payment my uncle gave to me, we had an agreement of 100,000 every month. I called my mom because she was always calling me, still talking with my mom about the house rent with my dad. So I told my mom that, okay, let me send you the money, which I have the evidence of
how much?
80,000 naira, man.
When was that?
That should be.
Did you receive the 80,000 naira?
Yes, when we're talking about the house, that was, I think, March, before the resumption of first term.
Okay. So did you send any money thereafter?
It was not him, the mom.
It's from him. It's the one that told the mom to send it to you.
She said it's from her.
Yes, it's still the mother now.
So,
Or do you have any other relationship from her apart from being You met him through. Do you understand what I'm saying? She's concerned about the grandchildren's welfare. And she's filling in the gap for her son. You want money, you got the money from the mom towards the. And did you send, was that all you needed?
No, the house.
Did you send further? You send money again to her?
After the 80,000 naira, so she called me because, you know, somebody I just went to get a job. My uncle is based in USA. The money is not always coming in. And that was the only thing I was doing at that period. So there was a time my uncle had he did a cancer operation, surgery, kind of. So he stopped sending me money. He only sent me money twice. And in between that period of that twice, he sent that money. I was sending money to her, like anything I get. So it was.
That's why I said, after that, 80,000 naira.
Yes, I still send.
Were you able to send?
Yes.
Did he send money to you again after that?
After the mom gave me 80,000 naira, before he sent another 20,000 was like after 3 months. Then the house, for the house, it was 350,000 naira for house. Then the mother sent 80. And of course, the
You
money.
know what? From his own situation as it is now, it's obvious, you know, he cannot afford a 350,000 naira per annum apartment. And secondly, okay, you were first living in the school before you now got that apartment.
No, that was where we were staying. It was after they evicted us, I got the school apartment
okay. So where are you living right now?
in the school.
Yeah. So is the school that you are using, is this same apartment where you are staying that you are using for school?
Yes, there's a land there's a flat, there's a different land.
It's a multi-purpose
So it's the
premises.
same,
That's what
yes.
I'm saying. It's a multiple.
Same location.
So yeah, so the issue is like you've gotten a space for your school, and you've gotten an apartment
So
for
they
your.
are both for school. We are just staying there
So
for.
you've not gotten a place
We have
now
not gotten a place
for.
for living.
So how much has he given you towards that now that is with you?
Nothing.
The 80,000 and 20,000 we're
Yes,
talking
that was
about.
what I was going to explain. When the mom gave the 80,000 naira, I told her that, 80,000 naira cannot get a house. She said I should not bother her. She's not my husband. I should never call her for anything money again because she has a sick husband. And as at that time, our first son entered the GS2. That was first time. So I was also talking about the boys' schooling. She said, call your husband. When I called him, he said he doesn't have anything, that there's no money. I spoke to the mom again, said, in fact, use the money you have and sort the boys' school, since it's not even complete for the house. Go and sort the boys' school. Your landlord should give you time. So that was
So you sorted out the school fees and
school
everything.
fees, yes.
Okay, so now they have accommodation problem. I'm not saying if you cannot afford 350, you should pay 350. But definitely you must put a roof over their head. Yeah. When you put a roof over their head, if it's 200,000 naira apartment, you can. It's like, this is what I have, If they want something higher than that, they can add to it. And that's the way it works. Even with schools for the children, that's what I do.
Okay, ma.
So, but you must put a roof over their head. And you know they are your children.
Yes,
They can't just be just anywhere.
Yes, ma. Please, ma, can I say something?
Right.
Pertaining the accommodation issue, I had my own plan. Like I said, I went to Owerri. So when it wasn't working out, I had to come back. Already, they've gotten an apartment. The only area
She said she have not gotten an
I've not gotten an apartment.
sorry. The only area, I will explain that part very well. The only area it's as if I was kind of pissed with her. I'm not that kind of a person, though. Was simply because at the time, my mom said, as I speak to you now, I think it's almost a year that my mom has seen my kids. And I happen to be the only child of my parents. My mom called me saying she told my wife that she wants to see the kids. There's something about this parent thing. The more she sees the kids, she sees the condition of the kids. Even if I'm not capable at that moment.
She can fill in the gap.
Yes, she can okay, let me do this. I don't like the way these kids are looking like. She called my wife. She told my wife that I want to come and see these kids. My wife told my mom that she's staying with our church member, that my mom cannot come, that it looks so. My mom was like, the church member, most of them knows me. And these are my till now as we speak, my mom never knew that she was staying in the school. And the school issue she was talking about was, there is a flat, a 2-bedroom flat, 2 rooms, a room and a parlor, self-con. We had an agreement with the landlord before I traveled that he wanted to, we went there actually for the accommodation. So the man has bigger space in the compound. So she asked me to plead with the man that can she use part of the space for schooling? Because the landlord happens to be my friend kind of in the neighborhood. The man said, okay, there's no problem that since we are coming here to live, that we will grant her the space. That was how she got the space. So in that place she's staying now, she's having 2 rooms that she's staying with the kids. Then she's using the space she built with like wooden as a school. So the only thing I told her, I said, even that area you were staying before I traveled, me, I don't like that area. That I want to get an apartment somewhere else. Once I get an apartment, I will take you guys away from that house. Then you can now use the whole premises, even the house you're staying. Use it as a school.
Okay, convert everything to
Yes,
school.
convert it to school. She's here.
So when do you intend to get an apartment?
Actually, I'm getting an apartment at the end of this, by February ending though.
You heard that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Then an advice, when you're going for the apartment, inspection before payment, take her along.
Most definitely, I will.
Do you understand?
Yes, yeah.
You know,
I will.
because since you move around a lot, they will end up spending most times in the house. You know, so you can agree on that. So that's sorted out.
The defendant, Chizoba Kester Okpara, claims his parents sent money to his wife when he was not around, and now that he is back, he has plans to rent an apartment for the family. Judge Fomi helps both parties to reach amicable settlement. She rules after the break.
So once you can move in together, so that means by next month,
Yeah, by next
you are going to move in together
Yeah.
and start living together. But another outstanding thing is, we're already at the middle of the month though. So if there's anything you can advance to her, because you've been picking all the bills since, right? So you have to give her something to compensate her
Sure.
for standing in for you. That is it. And what else?
That's just it. I want him to take care of, to his responsibility.
You will. You know what you are going to do, the two of you. Apart from what we have agreed on now, I'm referring the two of you to the professional marriage counselor. Do you understand? I can see little cracks already, and I don't want it to enlarge. I want you to fill it up. So if you have anything at all, feel free to discuss it there. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
And let them advise and guide you. And I wish you all the best.
Thank you.
Yes.
All rise.
Have you been cheated or have a dispute and want justice? Don't take laws into your hands. Log on to www.thejusticecourt.com and submit your case.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect am. If you no talk, dem go beat you. Na 2,500 I dey pay.
Praise God, from whom all blessings flow. Welcome to your favorite program, The Moment of Truth, brought to you by the Citadel Global Community Church, CGCC, formerly known as the Lateran Assembly. Today, all across the world, there are rumblings. Nations are plagued by perplexing situations. Societies are drowning in unprecedented upheavals. Cities are grappling with complex problems. Families are overwhelmed by seemingly insurmountable challenges, while multitudes in the valley of decision and people are in dire need of hope. At the same time, there is a stirring in the hearts of those who know their God and are said to do exploits, those who understand the times and the seasons and know what their nation ought to do, those with a compelling call to respond to the mandate of God in this decade. Brothers and sisters, this decade is a decade like no other. It's a decade of the designated favor of God upon his people. To accurately position ourselves for this current move of God and to be adequately equipped for the call of the hour, we must shape the decade by the word of God, which is why I'm so glad to welcome you to the Moment of Truth, a life-transforming time in the presence of God and under the influence and power of the Holy Spirit, as well as the word of God. So invite your family, neighbors, and friends as you sit back, relax, and receive the engrafted word of God, which is able to save your soul. It's been God's grace to be able to minister today, and I trust that what you're about to hear today, in my weakness, God's strength will make it perfect in you and me, in the mighty name of Jesus. On Sunday, the 5th of March, 2024, I preached there the first part of the message titled, The Configuration and the Disposition of Real Men. If you were here that day, we spent quality time on the configuration part of the message using the acronym RSVP. Who can tell me in the context of that part one, the full meaning of the acronym RSVP? If my memory serves me right, we said it's not répondez s'il vous plaît, which is French word on your invitation card, or what they call invite now, that says reply please, or reply if you will. And definitely, it is not the Nigerian party and merriment slogan, rice and stew, very plenty. So real people with this acronym, RSVP, are what? Are real and authentic people. Jesus looked at a would-be disciple and said, behold, an Israeli indeed, in whom there is no guile. They're authentic, they're real, they're not fake, and not flaky. S, they are successful people in all that they do. You see excellent spirit on display. They know the difference between good success and bad success. A good success is contingent upon meditating in the word and observing to do what is written therein. God said to Joshua, then you will make your way prosperous and you will have good success. Vivacious, they're alive. They're active, they're alive. They're not retired 70-year-olds. Hello. Joe Biden is 82. He's running a complex society, almost running the world as the president of America. By the time you are 75, you are double siesta. That's not the time to retire, that's the time to refire. Caleb was asking for a new mountain at the age of 85. Give me this mountain. We must continue to serve God till we breathe our last. If you are looking forward to my retirement, even if I'm weak, I'll be strong. I may not wear tie and jacket because my body may not want to carry it. I will wear shirt or I will wear t-shirt, and I will come and still minister in the midst of every challenge and situation that I face, because I am vivacious. How about you? And final letter there, P, prosperous. You are not talking in terms of money, you are talking in terms of the presence of God. And the Lord was with Joseph, and he was a prosperous man. They threw him into prison. The Lord was with Joseph. He was a prosperous man. The presence of God commands the miraculous. All other things we follow. Don't make money the goal of your life. Make God the one you pursue. Can I hear amen? Amen. All right. Today, in this part 2 of the message, I will be speaking what was in my heart ever before the theme for the Apostolic Summit was said. We are not mere men. Today is not about the configuration of real men, it's about the disposition of real men. And I'm going to give you 6 major dispositions of real men. Shall I preach short or long? I can't hear you. Like in the day of Pentecost, was it short or long? Hallelujah. 6 is the number of man, since he was created by God on the 6th day of the creation of the heavens and the earth. I'm sure you are aware that since the coming of Christ, there have been 2 Adams in the history of mankind. Are you aware of that? How many Adams? The first man created on the 6th day of creation is called the first Adam. He is also the Son of God, because he had no father or mother. The Bible calls Adam what? The Son of God. Let's locate that in our Bible. Genesis chapter 5, verses 1 and 2, the KJV. This is the book of the generations of Adam. In the day that God created man, in the likeness of God made he him. Male and female created he them, and blessed them, and called their name Adam. The New King James Version interprets that to be mankind. Blessed them and called their name Adam in the day when they were created. I'm not trying to make a doctrine out of this, but in the sight of God, a man and his wife bear the same name. And I don't want to make you feel bad, man. If your wife's maiden name is Aleshinloye, and your own name is Gbajumo, and you are Mr. Kolawole Gbajumo, your wife is Bolanle Aleshinloye, and now she's married to you, she's now Mrs. Bolanle Aleshinloye Gbajumo. Orúkọ rẹ̀ ò dáa. Orúkọ rẹ̀ ò lẹ́sẹ̀ ńlẹ̀. Àìtọ́mọ ránṣẹ́ là ń ní lọ ràkàrà wá kájọ jẹ́. Abíọ́lá lọ bá mi ràkàrà wá mẹ́rin ká pín, mi ò tó ẹ ránṣẹ́ nìyẹn, tí n bá tó ẹ ránṣẹ́ lọ ràkàrà wá, mo jẹ́ tán bí mo jẹ́ kù. Do you understand me? Bàbá máa jọkọ ká jọkọ gidi. And some other time they will tell you it's because the father's name opens doors. Your own father's name shuts doors. Ọlọ́run á jẹ́ ẹ̀tọ́kọ̀ ṣe o. Ẹ má bínú wọn ní compound name. He called both of them Adam. Bàtà pàǹtàǹtà nà lábàtà. Ẹni tá sí lára kó foríjì wá òwe. Ọ̀rọ̀ yìí wá dàbí òwe ẹ̀yin àgbààgbà. Ẹ jọ̀wọ́ ẹ foríjì wá òwe. Compound name kọ́. Barak name ni. I want to retain my father's name. You're saying your husband's name can make it. I'm not making a doctrine out of it. Some do it just to honor their father, especially if the man has only members of guest hostel. So the first man was called Adam and is also son of God. Luke chapter 3, 23 to 24. Now Jesus himself began his ministry at about 30 years of age, being as was supposed the son of Joseph, the son of Heli, the son of Mathat, the son of Levi, the son of Melchi, the son of Jonah, the son of Joseph. Let's jump to 34 to 38. 34 to 38. The son of Jacob, the son of Isaac, the son of Abraham, the son of Terah, the son of Nahor, the son of Serug, the son of Reu, the son of Peleg, the son of Eber, the son of Shelah, the son of Canaan, the son of Arphaxad, the son of Shem, the son of Noah, the son of Lamech, the son of Methuselah, the son of Enoch, the son of Jared, the son of Mahalalel, the son of Canaan, the son of Enosh, the son of Seth, the son of Adam, the son of God. So if Adam was the son of God, is there any difference between the first Adam and the last Adam? The last Adam is called the second man. He is the Lord Jesus Christ, but he is referred to as the only begotten Son of God. Adam used his will to do Adam's will. The last Adam said, not my will, but your will be done. That's what it means to be called begotten. John 3:16 to 18. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whoever believes in him should not perish but have everlasting life. For God did not send his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. He who believes in him is not condemned, but he who does not believe is condemned already, because he has not believed in the name of the only begotten Son of God. Right? So where are these two Adams? 1 Corinthians chapter 15. Let's locate them. 1 Corinthians 15, 45 to 49. It reads, and I quote, so it is written, the first man, Adam, became a living being, a living soul. The last Adam became a life-given spirit, a quickening spirit. However, the spiritual is not first, but the natural, and afterward, the spiritual. The first man was of the earth, made of dust. The second man is the Lord from heaven. As was the man of dust, so also are those who are made of dust. And as a heavenly man, so also are those who are heavenly. And as we are born the image of the man of dust, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly man. So we have the first man being first Adam, and the second man being the last Adam, not second Adam, because there will be no third. First Adam, last Adam. First man, second man. Is that clear? Now, when we get to the nitty-gritty of this message, not today, the first man is called the old man. And the last man, the last is called the new man. And you cannot live as the new man with the mentality and mindset of the old man. You will see the futility of the mind of the old man. Today is not that day. In the future, when this series will be rounded off, is it round off? Okay. When the series will be rounded off, we'll compare the new man with the old man, and the final message will be the do's and don'ts of real men. Number one in that message, that is, real men don't tell lies. I was talking to my children. I said, if I come to your house and I come with an open heart and you tell me a lie that I will eventually act upon, let me tell you what you did. I came with a free mind and a free spirit, and you serve me soft drinks and I take it, but you have put cyanide and iodine in the coke that you gave to me. That's what you do to a man you lie to. Especially if he acts on it. Whether it's half truth, the other side will be a lie. Whether it's hyperbole or embellishment or exaggeration. But that's not where I'm going today. We are just looking at the dispositions of real men. I'll give you 6 of them. But before I start with the first one, I'm sure you know that all real men are saved by grace. All real men are saved by grace through faith, and that is none of their own. I'm not sure you understand that. That faith is not their own. I am crucified with Christ, nevertheless I live, yet not I. It is Christ that lives in me. The life I now live in the flesh, I live by my faith. No, by the faith of the Son of God. So when you begin to listen to teachers like, have faith in your faith, something is wrong with you. I live by the faith of the Son of God who loved me and gave himself for me. To do otherwise is to frustrate grace in your life. Real men are saved by grace through faith and not of your own. It is the gift of God, not of works, lest any man should boast. And why are they saved by grace through faith? So that they can be purposeful and not aimless. Real men are not purposeless, they are not aimless. They are God's workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand, that they should walk in them. Ephesians chapter 2, verse 8 to 10. Ephesians 2, 8 to 10. For by grace you have been saved through faith, and that not of yourselves. Underline yourself. Kill yourself. I'm not mentioning suicide. You have to kill yourself. You have to mortify this of the flesh. Through faith and not of yourself, it is the gift of God. Not of works, lest anyone should boast. For we are, read that with me, ready, read. For we are his workmanship, created in Christ Jesus for good works, which God prepared beforehand that we should walk in them. Is Christ our example? Yes. How God anointed Jesus of Nazareth with the Holy Ghost and with power, who went about doing? He went about doing? And why was he doing good? God was with him. Okay. Based on the aforesaid, what then are the dispositions of real men? Are you ready? You have 6 of them. Are you ready? Good. Number 1, real men are violent dead men. How can they be dead and violent? Real men said that real men are violent dead men. They are dead living men. They are not living dead men. They are dead living men. They are dead and alive. He said, I am the one who died. I am alive. They are dead living men. They are not living dead men. The life of these dead living men are hidden with Christ in God. What do you mean they are dead living men? They are alive, but they reckon themselves dead to sin. Romans chapter 5. Romans chapter 5, 19 to 21. Pay attention. For as by one man's disobedience, which man is that? The first Adam. For by one man's disobedience, many were made sinners. So also by one man's obedience, who is that? The only begotten Son of God, the last Adam. By one man's obedience, many will be made righteous. Moreover, the Lord entered that the offense might abound. But where sin abounded, grace abounded much more. So that as sin reigned in death, even so grace might reign through righteousness to eternal life through Jesus Christ our Lord. Do you agree so far? Romans chapter 6. You will understand what it means to be dead living men. What shall we say then? Shall we continue in sin that grace may abound? Certainly not. How shall we who died to sin live any longer in it? Or do you not know that as many of us as were baptized into Christ Jesus were baptized into his death? Therefore, we were buried with him through baptism. I pray that is the kind of baptism we are having now, and having in this church in particular, so that you don't go into baptism as a dry sinner and then you are soaked in water, you come out as wet sinner. Therefore, we were buried with him through baptism into death, that just as Christ was raised from the dead by the glory of the Father, that's the Holy Spirit, even so we also should walk in newness of life. For if we have been united together in the likeness of his death, certainly we also shall be in the likeness of his resurrection. Knowing this, that our old man was crucified with him, Adam don't die. Knowing this, that our old man was crucified with him, that the body of sin might be done away with, that we should no longer be slaves of sin. You're about to discover what it means to be living, dead, dead, living, violent men. For he who has died has been free from sin. Catherine Coleman said, I can tell you the day I died, and I can show you the grave Catherine Coleman was buried. Have you had that experience? Now, if we die with Christ, we believe that we shall also live with him, knowing that Christ, having been raised from the dead, dies no more. Death no longer has dominion over him. For the death that he died to sin once for all. But the life that he lives to God. Ready? Read. Likewise, you also reckon yourself to be dead indeed to sin, but alive to God in Christ Jesus our Lord. That's dead, violent men. Therefore, do not let sin reign in your mortal body, that you should obey it in its lust. And do not present your members as instruments of unrighteousness to sin, but present yourself to God as being alive from the dead, and your members as instruments of righteousness to God. For sin shall have no dominion over me. You know, Kosibe. I'm reading it for myself. You can read it for yourself. For sin shall not have dominion over me, For I'm not under law, but under grace. I say sin shall have no dominion over me. What then? Shall we sin because we are not under law, but under grace? Certainly not. Do you not know that to whom you present yourselves slaves to obey, you are that one slaves whom you obey, whether of sin leading to death, of obedience leading to righteousness? Do I have real, violent, dead men in this house? I can't hear you. What does that mean? Sin shall have no dominion over me. I reckon myself dead to sin. Amen. Like Abel, the first matter of excellent giving that pleases God, real men still speak, though dead. Real men, they will still be speaking long after they have died. Real men. Hey, the day is coming when I'm gone. You'll be looking for every tape. You'll be looking for every book. What did he say? When did he say it? How did he say it? Because when those things begin to come to pass, according to the word that the Lord gave to me January 1, 1999, the year of our vindication, he said to me, it's long after you have gone, they will say, a prophet had passed among us. So they are listening to you. You are just sounding like good music to them. They are hearing, they are not doing. But when you are gone, they will say, a prophet has passed among them. I stood here over 10 years ago telling you about old anthem, telling you about bringing it back, telling you about the value system that it contained. It came at a time the nation was hungry and everybody bastardized it, forgetting that it was once spoken. You know, we have a way of despising prophecy. And you don't know God can use anybody, including the devil. You don't understand. Genesis chapter 4, verse 1 to 10. Who killed who? Who killed Abel? Cain. Is distant cousin? Is distant relation? No, we are brothers and sisters of the same mother. She cannot kill me. Ochiku. Padagbata. Now Adam knew his wife, and she conceived and bore Cain and said, I've acquired a man from the Lord. Acquisition. Then she bore again, this time his brother Abel. Now Abel was a keeper of sheep, but Cain was a tiller of the ground. And in the process of time, it came to pass that Cain brought an offering of the fruit of the ground to the Lord. Abel also brought of the firstborn of his flock and of their fat. And the Lord respected Abel and his offering, but he did not respect Cain and his offering. And Cain was very angry. They were worshiping God. They brought sacrifices to God, though Cain did not bring his sacrifice to Satan. It was to God. Abel also brought his sacrifice to God. And you know, I've heard people say it was because Abel gave blood sacrifice, that's why it was accepted. But Cain gave a fruit sacrifice, that was what it was not accepted. Who says that? What nonsense is that? If you look at Deuteronomy chapter 26, God would not reject fruit sacrifice. Give me Deuteronomy 26. It's not in my note, so I'm just speaking out of the Spirit. Deuteronomy 26, verse number 1. Deuteronomy 26, 1. And it shall be when you come into the land which the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance, and you possess it and dwell in it, that you shall take some of the first of all the produce of the ground. What is produce of the ground? Fruit. What is God expecting them to bring? First of it. But Cain did not bring first of the fruit of the ground. He brought just fruit of the ground. That's all. And Abel brought first. When you don't count God first, I doubt if he will regard you as first. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and what others are looking for will be looking for you. All these things shall be added unto you. Anyway, let's go back to Genesis chapter 4. But he did not respect Cain and his offering, and Cain was very angry, and his countenance fell. So the Lord said to Cain, why are you angry? Why is your countenance falling? If you do well, will you not be accepted? And if you do not do well, sin lies at the door, and his desire is for you, but you should rule over sin. Was Cain not warned by God? Now Cain talked with Abel, his brother, and it came to pass when they were in the field that Cain rose up against Abel, his brother, and killed him. The first homicide in the word of God surrounds giving. Offering is warfare. Satan will contest what you want to give to God. Others will preach against it. But you must know God for yourself and be fully persuaded in your heart as to the things you are doing to honor him. Then the Lord said to Cain, where is Abel your brother? He said, I do not know. Am I my brother's keeper? Tell your brother or your sister sitting next to you, if you're your brother's killer, you cannot be your brother's keeper. I can't hear you. Pastor, I've never killed anybody. No, when you destroy them in confidential whispers behind them, you are a killer. It's born out of hatred. He who hates his brother is a murderer. Eternal life does not abide in him. And he said, what have you done? The voice of your brother's blood cries out to me, where? From the ground. Was Abel dead at this time? He was dead, but he was still speaking. Hebrews chapter 11 verse 4. Hebrews 11 verse 4. By faith, Abel offered to God what? A more excellent sacrifice than Cain, through which he obtained witness that he was righteous, God testifying of his gifts, and through it, he being dead still speaks. Real men, violent dead men, long after they are dead, they are still speaking. Like Paul the apostle, for them to live is Christ, to die is gain. I'm taking you somewhere. You are going to swim in the depths of the Lord and revelation today, not in the depths of Satan. Can I hear amen? Like Paul the apostle, for them to live is Christ, to die is gain. Philippians 1:12-21. But I want you to know, brethren, that the things which happened to me have actually turned out for the furtherance of the gospel. Can you see this? This man was in jail. This man was chained down. This man was beaten. This man was battered. And he said, hey, guys, don't look at the chains. Don't look at my being beaten, being battered. It has turned into something else, the furtherance of the gospel. You know why? Every blessed day when he was chained down, 2 soldiers were attached to him to be watching him. And before they would change them, they have become Christians. Then they will bring another 2. Palace guards. Before their time will be up, they become Christians. Everyone that was sent into the cell, before long, the whole palace became born again. Oh, pastor, it's not in my Bible. Let's read. So it has become evident to the whole palace guard and to all the rest that my chains are in Christ. How was it known to them? He spoke. And most of the brethren in the Lord, having become confident by my chains, are much more bold to speak the word without fear. Some indeed preach Christ even from envy and strife, and some also from goodwill. The former preach Christ from selfish ambition, not sincerely supposing to add afflictions to my chains, but the latter out of love, knowing that I'm appointed for the defense of the gospel. What then? Only that in every way, whether in pretense or in truth, Christ is preached, and in this I rejoice. Yes, and I will rejoice. For I know that this will turn out for my deliverance through your prayer and the supply of the Spirit of Jesus Christ, according to my earnest expectation and hope, that in nothing I shall be ashamed, and with all boldness, as always. So now also Christ will be magnified in my body, whether by life or by death. Verse 21, everyone read. For to me, to live is Christ, and to die is gain. Hey guys, do you really think of this? Does death mean gain or pain? You're not answering me. Is for you to live is Christ and to die is gain? If you don't know, every time a saint closes his eyes in death, heaven has gained. That person is completely out of hell forever. And guess what? You cannot kill real men. Everyone here is still afraid of death. The fear of death that haunts men everywhere. You're not real. When you are a real man, to live is Christ, to die is gain, because you know death cannot kill real men. Oh, how do you mean death cannot kill real men? Their lives are hidden with Christ in God. Can I hear you say that? I am dead. My life is hidden in Christ with God. You can't kill a dead man. Colossians chapter 3, you don't believe these things, oh. There's a pastor concerning you. How many people want to go to heaven? Let me see your hands. How many wants to die? Let me see your hand again. You want to go to heaven? Huh? Okay, keep standing with your hands up. If you stand, if you really believe you want to go to heaven, stand to your feet. Apostle Mike, you see the problem we have in the body of Christ? They want to go to heaven. Don't sit down. Even Peter Tosh, who I don't think was born again when he sang the song, everybody wants to go up to heaven, but none of them wants to die. Everybody wants to go up to heaven, but none of them wants to die. I don't want no tears. I need equal rights and justice. Say it again, equal rights. Ojú ni màlúù ń rọ́, ọbẹ̀ ò dá lọ́rùn o. Listen, I'm not saying you are antichrist, but what you are doing, the way you are living, is anti what Jesus came to do. Jesus said, pray after this manner, our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be your name. Your kingdom come, your will be done on earth as it is in heaven. He wants us to enforce his will on earth just as it is in heaven. Because you are not prepared to do that, you just want to go to heaven. If then you are raised with Christ, seek those things which are above, where Christ is, sitting at the right hand of God. Are you at that level where there is no devil? Set your mind on things above, not on things on the earth. Why? For you died, and your life is hidden with Christ in God. I've gotten to the place where I cannot be afraid of anything that wants to kill me, because you have to eliminate God and eliminate Christ before you get to me. You remember David the king, when he was about to attack Goliath, he went to the brook. The brook has really walked on 5 smooth pebbles. It wasn't David who walked on them. It was the brook, like the Holy Spirit. He has prepared them. He took 5 of them and he put them where? In a shepherd's pouch. And then they put the shepherd's pouch in the shepherd's bag. Every stone was hidden in Christ in God. And when he came out of the sling, he went straight to hit his target. May you not miss your mark. In the mighty name of Jesus. You see, because their lives are hidden with Christ in God, real men are akpamaku. Do you know the meaning of akpamaku? Elder, what does akpamaku, what does it mean? Akpamaku? From microphone. Bubu linguistic alone, ni jẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ lónìí. Akpamaku.
The one who refused to die long after he has been killed.
Àtìpá o, ṣùgbọ́n kò kú. Is that possible? Huh? All right. Acts of the Apostles chapter 14. They have a song for them. Kò ṣeé pa, kò ṣeé kàn lóògùn, bọ́rọ̀bọ́rọ̀ ló ń yọ. Kò ṣeé pa, kò ṣeé kàn lóògùn, bọ́rọ̀bọ́rọ̀ ló ń yọ. Acts of the Apostles chapter 14, verses 19 and 20. Acts of the Apostles 14, 19 and 20. Then Jews from Antioch and Iconium came there, and having persuaded the multitudes, they stoned Paul and dragged him out of the city, supposing him to be dead. However, when the disciples gathered around him, he rose up and went into the city where they stoned him before they dragged him out. And the next day he departed with Barnabas to Derbe. What do you say to this man? Bọ́rọ̀bọ́rọ̀ ló ń yọ, kò ṣeé pa, kò ṣeé kàn lóògùn, bọ́rọ̀bọ́rọ̀ ló ń yọ. Do you know what happened here? When he was stoned and left for the dead and dragged out of the city, Almighty God came and took his spirit to heaven. Look at the annotation C by the word dead in verse 19. Where does it take you to? That's how to learn. Annotation C, can you see it? Verse 19, annotation C. I say these things all the time. No, that's not the way to study your Bible. What does it point you to? 2 Corinthians chapter 12, verse 1 to 4. It's telling you exactly what happened when he was stoned and left for the dead. God took his spirit to heaven. And now, 14 years after, he's now talking about it. Visions and revelations of God, he called it. He said, it is doubtless not profitable for me to boast. I will come to visions and revelations of the Lord. I know a man in Christ who 14 years ago, he was not on television to scream and shout about it. It was 14 years after. He was now writing to the Corinthians to encourage them. Who 14 years ago, whether in the body I do not know, whether out of the body I do not know, God knows, such a one was caught up where? To the third heaven. And I know such a man, whether in the body or out of the body, I do not know. God knows. How he was caught up into paradise and had inexpressible words, which it is not lawful for a man to utter. But I've been taken to heaven, into the third heaven, to paradise 14 years ago. And the things I heard cannot be uttered, not in articulate speech. How do you kill such a person? It was at the opportune time that they stoned him and left him for the dead that God took him to show him what is yet to see. Because he told him, the things that you have seen and the things that will be showed you. Paul indeed was an akpamaku. When his spirit was returned to his body, he went to the same place where they stoned him. Where were those who stoned him? What to Danuni? Real men are dead, violent men. Is it clear to you? Number two, how on earth could Paul be caught into paradise and the third heaven to hear the things he heard that could not be uttered? How on earth? It is because real men are heavenly men. Real men are heavenly men. I hope you are getting this. You are free to ask me questions if you don't understand, because you must become real. Real men are heavenly men. I do not want to use my wife to illustrate this message. I'm looking for somebody else. Is there anyone here who was born in England? Anyone else who was born in the UK? Okunabi Bobohinsini. Okay, all right. If no one here was born in the UK, Mrs. B, you are the matriarch. Who has been to the UK before? Several times. Give her microphone, Chinese. Describe Trafalgar Square for us. Trafalgar Square. What is commonly seen there?
Birds.
Birds. What type of birds?
Pigeons.
Pigeons.
And people.
Around the statue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. My first trip to London, I'm not joking. No, there was nowhere I didn't go. I posed like this. I did like this. I had 2 albums to take back home. You know why? I thought that would be the last time that I would go. So I wanted to keep records as a do you understand? Now she had been to England, though she was not born there, but she could describe Trafalgar Square to you. Can you describe heaven to me? Can you? Are you citizens of heaven? Do you know your homestead? That's why this earth is very attractive to you. Because you have never seen or caught a glimpse of heaven. So you focus on things on the earth, not things in heaven. For a whole night, years ago, I took you through what I call a guided tour of heaven. Go and get the tape and listen to it again. When he was taken to heaven, he was taken to his homestead. What language did they speak in England, madam, in the UK? English. So if you don't understand English, since I call you Chinese, if all you speak is Chinese and you don't understand English, how are you going to survive in heaven? I mean, in England? Can you? Except you have an interpreter? You want to buy fish and chips and that I can't take it. Where is ID? ID speaks all kinds of languages. Paul was taken home. Real men are heavenly men. John chapter 3 verse 13. John 3:13. Real men are heavenly men. No one has ascended to heaven, but he who came down from heaven, that is the Son of Man, who is in heaven. He came down from heaven. He is in heaven. Not, I will go back to her. No, while here, he is in heaven. All Christians, all believers of the same nationality and kingdom with the heavenly man. 1 Corinthians 15 again, 45 to 49. We have the same nationality of the same kingdom with the heavenly man. And so it is written, the first man, Adam, became a living being. The last Adam became a life-giving spirit. However, the spiritual is not first but the natural, and afterward the spiritual. The first man was of the earth, made of dust. The second man is the Lord from heaven. And as was the man of dust, so also are those who are made of dust. Are dusty people here? And as is the heavenly man, so also are those who are heavenly. And as we have borne the image of the man of dust, we shall also bear the image of the heavenly man. Now, Philippians chapter 3, 17 to 21. If this is not clear to you, I don't know what else will be clear to you. Brethren, join in following my example, and note those who so walk, as you have us for a pattern. For many walk, of whom I've told you often, and now tell you even weeping, that they are the enemies of the cross of Christ, whose hand is destruction, whose God is their belly, whose glory is in their shame, who set their mind on earthly things. For our citizenship is in. Are there citizens of heaven in this house? I can't hear you. For our citizenship is in heaven, from which we also eagerly wait for the Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ, who will transform our lowly body that it may be conformed to his glorious body, according to the working by which is able even to subdue all things to himself. Are you citizens of heaven? Is your citizenship that of heaven? Now let me tell you, if your citizenship is in heaven, whenever there are earthly problems, complex problems, around any situation of your life, and there seems to be no solution, you must have access to your homestead. Even many Yoruba folks laws and those who sing songs, many of them don't even know this truth, but they will say there was a time when all animals ate their mothers, but dog sent his own to heaven. And when the famine continued, he will now stand in one place and says, Iya iyata kunwa leo, alujonjon kijo, gbogbo ẹran pa yeye rẹ̀ jẹ o, alujonjon kijo, ajamuti rẹ̀ ó rọ̀run, alujonjon. They didn't tell us how the dog sent his own mother to heaven, but anytime he was hungry, he will begin to sing, and they are teaching you there's a source of provision beyond this earth. If your problem is complex and you do not know how to access heaven to find solutions to those complex problems, don't deceive yourself just calling yourself citizen of heaven. What an amazing time we just had in the presence of God. I hope you are richly blessed. My heartfelt desire is that you may light up your word with the illumination you have just received. May the immeasurable grace of God empower you to act on what you've heard and to walk in the revealed counsel of God. Always remember that it takes a transformed life to transform a family, a society, or a nation. So let God do his work in you so that he can do his work through you. And as you proceed on this journey of destiny, remember that our ultimate destination is God. I pray that God's footprint will become your pathway and that your path will be as a shining light that shines brighter and brighter to a perfect day. This message will continue next week by God's grace. Until then, remain sandwiched between the peace of God and the God of peace. Have an amazing week. Bye for now. Shalom.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bukky November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome. I am Destiny Momo. This is News Brief. Philip Shaibu, the reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, has officially left the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and returned to the All Progressive Congress. The announcement came less than 24 hours after Shaibu claimed his spirit had left the PDP and he was already an unofficial member of the APC. The Federal High Court in Abuja nullified Shaibu's removal, stating that his impeachment was politically motivated. The judge ordered Shaibu's reinstatement and directed the police to restore his security. Following the court verdict, Shaibu appointed aides, including Chief Press Secretary and Chief of Staff.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Cross River, Your Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, my brother, my father, Comrade Adams Aliyu Shomole, I want to stand on already established protocols. I want to thank God for today and give him all the glory. On behalf of all of us in Legacy Coalition, we have come to join APC, our home. And I want to assure our national chairman and all the members of APC that we have come to add value. And it is time to take our state back. It is time to take our state. It is time to take our state back. And by the grace of God, sir, action will speak louder than voice. We are ready to move. Are we not ready to move? Are we not ready to move? Are we afraid? You know, we know they look for trouble. But when he come, we'll use our raw body and move on. Not be so. So this is a clear message to them. This is a clear message to them. We, the home boys and home girls and home papa, and we are ready to take our state back. And by the grace of God, our next governor and deputy governor is going to be, by the grace of God, Monday Okpeholo and Dennis Idausa.
On his part, former Governor and Senator Adams Oshiomhole accused the PDP-led administration of destroying the civil service in Edo State.
And I want to speak to some of the half-truths and lies that they are parroting all over the place. In other climes, if you have been deeply involved in business transactions with a state government, which can be described as insider dealings, you cannot aspire to take over to govern that state. All the COT that the PDP candidates bank collected from Edo taxpayers in his bank, how does he reconcile that? How? The civil service has been destroyed. Civil servants replaced with consultants. Public service is not about consultancy. When it is time, we are going to bring out the record. Let nobody tell us he's a successful businessman. If you are successful, remain in your business. Remain in your business. Remain in your business. And you must show us your business address. You must tell us the number of workers you have employed. But if you are just an expert in transactions, you know what they call transactions? They use that one. They use that one to set up what the other man called Yahoo Yahoo. How? Who is parading himself as a technocrat? Techno what?
The Edo State People's Democratic Party (PDP) has expressed shock over the destruction of property at Benin Airport and the death of a police officer, Inspector Onorako, who was attacked to the All Progressive Congress APC candidate Senator Monday Okpebholo. The party chairman, Dr. Tony Azegbami, accused the violence of being orchestrated by APC thugs to enforce the Abuja Federal High Court's judgment that reinstated the impeached Deputy Governor of Edo State, Comrade Philip Shaibu. He called for a full investigation.
The Edo State chapter of the People's Democratic Party expresses deep shock over the wanton destruction of properties and the death of a police officer as a result of the violence orchestrated by thugs of the APC under the guise of enforcing the Abuja Federal High Court judgment that reinstated the impeached Deputy Governor of Edo State. It is quite disheartening that an innocent police officer lost his life due to the violence unleashed on innocent citizens by the APC led by his governorship candidate, Senator Monday Okpebholo. The PDP expresses deep sorrow over the death of this gallant officer. We commiserate with the family of the deceased and pray that our good Lord grants him eternal rest and the family the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss. We call on the security agencies to thoroughly, in-depth analysis of the incident that happened yesterday at the Benin airport. We urge the police, the security agencies, to carry out an autopsy on the body of the fallen hero.
When they were coming, as at the time they said the policeman, may so rest in peace, was shot, there were at least 20 mobile policemen in their convoy. And they saw from where they were shot. This is not a case of a sniper shooting someone. Why did they not retaliate? Somebody carries a gun and kills your colleague in your presence. And I was looking at the body of that person they paraded around town. His hands were put in his pocket, and I did not see blood. I want to urge our people not to be intimidated. Your vote will count. All they are trying to do now is to look at different ways to disenfranchise you. We urge the Commissioner of Police to please ensure that a complete forensic investigation is done as to how that policeman died.
And as the September 21st governorship election approaches in Edo, a non-governmental organization called for a peaceful election. The initiative Rally for Peaceful Elections staged the Walk for Peace in Benin City, promoting a Stand for Peace slogan. Convener Dr. Bright Onyo Vokuko highlighted the unique nature of the election and the importance of peace in the process. However, concerns were expressed over the conduct of various parties who are criticized for attacking personalities rather than issue-based campaigns, which they believe is not the best approach for a sustainable democracy.
On the 2024 gubernatorial election, our messages are clear and directed in this manner. One, the candidates of the various political parties that we have invited to tell the world how they will enshrine peace in their campaign, as well as giving their supporters the needed tone and body language to embrace peace. They must demonstrate in words and action that their ambition is not worth the blood of any citizen. The stakeholders, majorly Independent National Electoral Commission, the Nigerian Police Force, as well as other law enforcement agents, not to be silent or keep mute or turn a blind eye to any issue that may jeopardize peace. The citizens, especially the voters, who must realize that their permanent voters card is not a pass for them to go out on election day to violate the Electoral Act or guidelines. Now that the election is still some weeks away, we call on all to participate in various voters' education programs in place in order to be acquainted with the do's and don'ts, as well as putting up best practices.
It's our fundamental human right to be voted and to vote for our own candidate. But in the process of exercising our franchise, those rights, we always advocate that let it be a peaceful exercise. Election processing is not a do or die affair.
We are using this opportunity to talk to our sisters, our mothers, our friends. Please, as this election is coming, play your role as women. Talk to your wards, talk to your husbands, talk to your sons, to embrace peace. Without peace, we cannot achieve any positive results in our society.
So please let us extend this campaign to our families, to our brothers, to everybody. So that
And gunmen ambushed and killed Gara of Chachanji, His Royal Highness Tanimu Kumbia and his son Yusuf on Friday in Takum Chachanji Road in Taraba State. The incident occurred when the traditional ruler and his son were returning from a funeral event. Governor Akbukev has confirmed the incident and directed law enforcement agencies to bring the perpetrators to justice. The governor expressed condolences to the bereaved family, the Chachanji community, and the entire people of Takum Tiv Cultural and Social Association. President General Chief James Baka condemned the killings and called on the government and security agencies to investigate and bring the perpetrators to justice. Baka urged everyone to remain calm and allow security agencies carry out their responsibilities effectively. And Ondo State has seen a tragic incident where 2 passengers were killed and 5 others, including a female corps member, were abducted by 15 suspected gunmen. The incident occurred on a Black Saturday in Oshe Local Government Council area of the state. The bandits, armed with AK-47 rifles, ambushed the commuters at Omialafa village in Ifon community. Witnesses reported the attack to police detectives in Ifon. The commercial vehicle was coming from Anambra State with passengers heading to Owo and Akure. The corpses of the passengers have been deposited at a private hospital in Ifon. Police spokesperson Fumi Odunlami confirmed the incident and stated that their men are working to rescue the kidnapped victims. And stakeholders in Nigeria gathered in Abuja to discuss violence, injustices, and criminality patterns. The International Alert, a non-governmental organization, organized a 2-day workshop in collaboration with the Borno State government to find solutions to insecurity among various communities, religious and ethnic groups. The event aimed to restore peace and prosperity among various tribes, religious bodies, and interest groups.
Working in silos is actually counterproductive. It's always good to establish peer learning opportunities like this, where we all together assess the drivers of injustice, violence, and insecurity across the country. We know that these 3 variables, these 3 themes of violence, injustice, and criminality is actually an intractable problem that we are grappling with in Nigeria. Whatever region you look at is grappling with these 3 themes. So we carefully selected these themes as something that cuts across the whole country, that affects all of us. And so the meeting will aim to identify solutions to these issues. And part of those solutions is establishing exit pathways. Exit meaning that what are the ways out of these 3 teething problems that we are facing in Nigeria. Whether you talk about amnesties or you talk about using a kinetic or non-kinetic approach, or actually increasing access to justice in communities whose rights have been violated, all these different approaches are being tested in the different geopolitical zones. And we want to pull all these ideas together.
Borno State Honorable Commissioner Professor Usman Tar plans to establish Northeast Security Commissioners and Advisors with International Alert's approval, citing credibility and sincerity in addressing insecurity issues.
The International Alert is a credible entity. We don't jump at offer from entities to, co-sponsor or collaborate on projects. So, we have confidence in International Alert. We are talking as a partner, and International Alert has, we sat down and we discussed, and we looked at the pros and cons of the proposal, and we are happy to collaborate. Media is, is still trapped in the old narrative of Borno, being the home of insurgency, some of our local governments under insurgency. All this has changed. Our 27 local governments are fully controlled by the federal forces. There is freedom of movement, and there is transportation is booming, agriculture is booming, education is booming, everything is working. So there is no reason for them not to report Borno for what it is. Do not underreport Borno. Report it accurately.
Stakeholders commend the organization's efforts in addressing violence, injustices, and criminality in Nigeria, with the High Commission of Canada focusing on empowering women and girls.
As you have these important discussions today and consider the different exit pathways from injustice, from violence, from criminality, we also would encourage you to keep in mind as well the experiences of women and girls and the value of their empowerment when it comes to key efforts for tackling insecurity.
Africa's richest man, Aliko Dangote, has rejected claims that petroleum products from his refinery are substandard. It could be recalled that the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority, NMDPRA, had said the quality of petroleum products from the Dangote refinery, as well as those from Watersmith, Aradel, and other modular refineries, is inferior compared to imported ones. Chief Executive Officer of NMDPRA, Farouk Hamad, disclosed these in a recent interview with journalists. Dangote rejected the allegations on Saturday when the leadership of the House of Representatives visited and toured the refinery located at the Lekki Free Trade Zone in Lagos. Rep Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and his deputy Benjamin Kalu led the delegation from the House, which included Honorable Ikenga Ugochinyere.
In terms of quality, when we started, our quality was about 600 to 650 ppm, and the 600 to 650 ppm is one of the best in terms of quality. Okay, at that time when we started, but as of today, we are 87 ppm, and I assure you, media, you can come again and take sample on Monday. By Monday, latest Tuesday will be at 50 ppm. By beginning of August, will be at 10 ppm. So in terms of quality, we are doing very, very well. Nobody can produce anything better than us. We don't believe in the test of people when they bring in ships, because those tests, people write fake things. And, even during COVID, people were writing fake COVID certificates. So, all the results, if they want real results, they should go to SGS or Cotecna. They will give them the real certificate. But the right thing to do for Nigerians is to go to the filling station. And we want anybody to go to any filling station and buy. We'll test for you free of charge. It takes us maximum of 5 to 10 minutes. We'll give you all the parameters. And our own parameters today, we want to announce to the Nigerians, it is extremely very good parameters. We've left that 600. We are not at 600 anymore.
You want to comment about the PMS, when the PMS will be outputed?
By the grace of God, PMS was supposed to be out by this July, but we had the fire incident. The incident that we have, actually disrupted us for a few days. But by latest 10th or 12th of August, PMS will be ready.
And presidential media aide Bayo Onanuga has accused supporters of the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi of planning nationwide anti-hunger protests on August 1st. Onanuga, who is the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy, claimed that Obi's supporters were the ones planning the chaos in Nigeria. The protests were reportedly planned by youth and groups with viral hashtags and promotional flyers on social media. Onanuga claimed that the organizers of the protests were the same people who infiltrated the NSAS movement in 2020 acting under instigation of the detained leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You're still watching Plus TV News Brief. We will be back after the short break. Stay with us.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
You're welcome back to Plus TV News Brief, and I'm moving on to other parts of Africa. Kenyan President William Ruto has appointed the first 11 members of his cabinet, retaining 6 former ministers in the key portfolios of defense and interior. The president has not yet appointed a finance minister, whose area of responsibility is the contentious budget falls. Demonstrators have been calling for a fresh start, accusing the former ministers of incompetence, corruption and displays of opulence amid the high cost of living. Opposition coalition members distanced themselves from the proposal to form a broad-based government, calling it a betrayal of the Kenyan people, particularly Gen Zs and millennials. The month-long protests have led to at least 50 deaths and over 400 injuries. And from news outside Africa, 2 people were killed and 3 others missing after an empty cargo ship struck a bridge in southern China on February 22, 2024. Another 11 people were killed when a bridge in northern China collapsed amid torrential rains. The bridge in Shaanxi province's Shanglo collapsed due to a sudden downpour and flash floods. Rescue operations are underway, with 5 vehicles recovered from the water. Large portions of northern and central China have been battered by rains, causing flood and significant damage since Tuesday. China is enjoying a summer of extreme weather with heavy rains across the east and south and heat waves in the north. And now in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has intervened in the foreign exchange market, injecting $106.5 million to address corporate demand pressures. The move aligns with the CBN's price stability mandate and commitment to a well-functioning and liquid market. The CBN sold the $106.5 million to 29 authorized dealer banks and purchased over $9.5 million from 4 authorized dealer banks at exchange rates ranging from 1,510 naira to $1 to 1,550 naira to $1. The CBN emphasized its commitment to supporting various segments of the official market with liquidity and promoting ethical conduct. The general public is advised to direct their foreign exchange demand to their banks and BDC operators in accordance with prevailing market regulations. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Have a happy Sunday.
The pandemic opened the world to a new dispensation regarding work. How people work and the career paths they take differ from generation to generation. There are 5 generations present in the modern workplace, each with unique expectations and perspectives. A person's career path is described as the work they do and the roles they hold as they climb up the ladder. Before the millennium, career paths for many was simply linear, which could be a person working at the same organization and growing there till they retired, or a person working in the same role but changing jobs a couple of times. Security and staying power were the cornerstone of this career path. However, with modern technology, a person's career path can be as multifaceted and versatile as the individual wishes. Millennials now work multiple roles in their career trajectories, pursue numerous passions that are sometimes interwoven, and work at different roles in their journeys. Baby boomers and Generation X only considered a job good if it gave them the security to work there till they retire. But for millennials and Gen Z, the workplace has changed and so has the career structure. Millennials often change their career paths or juggle multiple interests simultaneously. Being able to move from one job to another might signal a person's employability and adaptability. Baby boomers tend to believe that working long hours is what defines success and value face-to-face interactions with co-workers. In contrast, millennials believe that innovation and flexibility are key ingredients for success at work. The shift in occupational structures, for example, the increasing gig economy, is leading to polarization in employment, wages, and inequalities. From remote work policies to virtual leadership, the pandemic changed how we work. The opportunity to telework increased for some, such as knowledge workers, but not for frontline workers. Among the benefits are an improved work-life balance for some, as well as changed attitudes to well-being. Teleworking can lead to a higher productivity and lower operating costs for companies. Work is increasingly flexible and decentralized. Working from home or out of a workspace is favored by many because of the flexibility that comes with it. Millennials and Gen Zs prefer flexible work schedules and part-time hours so that they can balance their work and life compared to older generations who prefer security.
Some people are social people. You know, when they go to the office, they have friends everywhere. Good morning. How was the football match? You know, you just with your colleagues and stuff like that. That social element at work, a lot of people need it. Me personally, I'm an extrovert, but I'm also high on the introverted side. I like going to parties, I like making friends, but I also like keeping to myself. So at work, I'm not the friendliest. I would smile, I would say hi, but I don't need to. So it depends on your personality and what you need. For me, work from home works a lot for me because I get to spend time with my family. I'm always in the house with my partner, and that really makes me happy.
As Nelson Mandela once said, there can be no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way in which it treats its children. Today, our show is dedicated to discussing crucial topics that impact our children and ultimately our society's future. Welcome to Today with John and Helen, live on Plus TV Africa. I am John Senaya, and I'm so excited to introduce, sitting in for Helen, our beautiful and eloquent Cece. Yeah?
Good morning. Thank you, John. I have some pretty big shoes to fill. First, we are joined by Julian Joshua Matthew, a parent coach and child educator, to discuss budget holidays, the new normal for school vacations. She'll provide valuable insights on how parents can creatively and economically engage their children during school holidays and in these challenging economic times. Right after that, we'll be having our segment Cultural Conversations, where our host will have an eye-opening discussion on embedding African culture in global fashion with her special guest, Dimeji Ilori, a fashion designer.
Yeah, and finally, we will welcome Bukola Aderemi Ladigbolu, an educator and advocate who will address the sensitive and critical topic, child rape. Are parents doing enough? That would be a big question, don't you see?
Yes, I just say. Stay tuned for a day filled with meaningful discussions aimed at enhancing the well-being of our children. Let's take a quick break now, and when we come back, our first guest will be in here with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. No question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
This is Today with John and Helen live on Plus TV Africa. And yes, we're thrilled to kick off our show with an insightful discussion on a very timely topic. Our first guest is Julian Joshua Matthew, a dedicated parent, coach, and child educator who is here to talk about budget holidays, the new normal for school vacations.
Julian is the founder of Noble Women International and Noble Couples International, and is a mother of 3. With a background in library and information science from Abubakar Tafawa Balewa University, Bauchi, she brings a wealth of knowledge and practical advice to today's topic.
And in these challenging economic times in Nigeria, many families obviously are seeking creative and economical ways to keep their children engaged and happy during school vacations. So Julian will share valuable insights and tips on how parents can make the most of their resources while ensuring their children have a memorable and fulfilling holiday experience, which is going extinct.
Yes, you can say that.
So
again.
please join me in welcoming Julian Joshua Matthew to the show. Julian, first tell us, what's the trick? Mother of 3 and still looking like a youth copper.
She looks fantastic, doesn't she?
It's okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Like I said earlier, I have a recipe.
You have a recipe?
Yeah, I will share after the show.
You share after the show. So, Julian, you're welcome once again. Could you
so
just,
much,
let's
sir.
dive into it so we
right.
can make the most of the little time that we have. Could you just explain what budget holidays really are? And maybe why they're becoming the new normal for school vacations in Nigeria.
All right. So, firstly, budget holiday for me, I'd say is you're having that vacation of your choice without necessarily breaking the bank, because I think a lot of people are currently under pressure. Like once it gets to July in particular, a lot of families would want to go for vacation, August, and then it's really becoming like a competition.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Could
It's
you
more like a
present
competition right now.
Okay.
Yeah, because like most
children
want to actually go on vacations. Yeah. And I mean, we know what's happening in the country right now.
Yes.
It becomes like a situation where every parent is under pressure.
Yeah.
So we can actually have that vacation when we plan for it.
Okay.
Yeah. we can plan for it. Aside that, like I personally, I've never really carried the kids for vacation, but then I would say we have a vacation in the house.
Okay.
Yeah, we
Without
have
having
it.
to go
We
all
don't.
over the
We
place.
don't have to. So you plan for it. Kids like being engaged. I think that's one thing I would say. Being a mother for say 11 years, dear, it's once you engage your child, especially in what he or she likes, it becomes comfortable for that child.
Okay, we'll come to the how.
Okay.
So you've told us what a budget vacation is.
Yes,
That
sir.
is vacation that is properly planned for. Okay, I know that CC is itching to ask you one or two things to,
Okay.
to take us to the next level.
So please, because this is close to home. I have children as well. So
Yeah.
how can parents plan a fun and educational holiday on a tight budget? There's this cash squeeze now. So how can we go about doing it, even taking into consideration the likes of each child, like you said?
So just like I said earlier on, it has to do with a lot of planning, right? Especially when you know your kids are those ones that like to have fun and are keen about vacation. So you don't just wait until July before you begin to, okay, what do I do and all that. You plan towards it. When you scout online, you'd see organizations or firms that offer discounts for vacation gatherings, right? Probably you would want to travel. You could book ahead of time. Way ahead of time. So you have a discount there. You have a discount there. And then, like the kids in particular, especially the ones that are in the urban settings, they're tricked about visiting the rural areas. Like they want to have that other side of life.
Oh, they want to see.
Yeah,
They want to see home.
Yeah.
The
So
experience.
sometimes you can actually leverage on that.
Okay.
Like you can decide to, okay, we're going to the village for this vacation, right? And when you get to the village, you explore a lot of things.
Do we still have villages?
We do. We do.
I do.
We do. We do. So that treat they get from the village is a whole lot of fun for them, right? So you can actually consider, okay, can we plan towards going to the village? And you tell them, oh, mostly they see these things on TV. Can we go fishing? Can we go swimming? Kids are even thrilled about wanting to farm. Yeah. They see it on TV. They're wondering what does it feel like. Okay, especially for now that we're in the rainy season. Okay, can we go to the village and do a little farming?
What you're saying is that they're actually missing out on some of those things.
They're missing out on those things.
I mean, it just dawned on me now that farming,
it's fun,
and swimming in the river, and
they are nice experiences.
using the grinding stone instead of the blender to
exactly.
These must be very creative ways of getting the children reintegrated into the society, and wow.
So that you're killing two birds with a stone.
Yes.
You're saving your money, and at the same time the kids are learning. They're catching phone and they're learning the other side of life. So I feel,
and their culture as
well. The cultural parts, it's slightly going extinct. I don't know if I'm right or wrong, but I think it is.
You are right.
So you can actually use the opportunity of the holiday to reconnect them with families also. So these days, another thing that can actually be done is you plan a group vacation for the kids. You plan a group vacation.
So it's all down to planning. Planning ahead.
Ahead of time. You still get that fund you want and you still save money. Like the word I used initially, you don't have to break the bank because you want to have fun. For me, one thing that I think works for my kids is coloring. We do a lot of coloring. Sometimes when they disturb me, I want to rest. So I'm like, what do you want to be in the future? I want to be a doctor. Can you go and color your future for me? Yeah. For me, I've gotten an opportunity to rest. But then you see the child is jumping, she's happy. Yeah. So she's engulfed in it. Children like to what? They like to color. They like to do creative things. So even during the holiday, you can actually engage your children in coloring, painting, you know, what did you call that? They can also do crafts. Yeah. Some parents also use the opportunity of the vacation to teach their children skills. Yeah. Like, there was a time I asked my girls, can you write out the things you want to learn how to cook? So you see a whole lot of lists. So some parents, you can tell them, oh, this vacation, we're going to learn how to cook a lot, right? And they'll be excited about it.
True.
Yeah. So you could bake today, you could cook tomorrow, you could teach them how to fry these. Like, especially girls, they like to cook.
Yeah, I had to get busy with
Exactly. So you can make this vacation fun in different way. You must not travel. You don't have to travel before vacations are fun. You can even ask the children, engage them in conversations. What would you want to learn different this vacation? What would you want to do different? What's that thing you've been wanting to learn or do that we've not had an opportunity? You will hear stuffs. You don't realize that, oh, we don't even really have to travel to make the children enjoy this holiday. So whatever they say, you take note of it and...
Travel as in travel out of the country.
Exactly.
Yes.
So you can actually hear from them, hear what they really like, and you make use of it towards ensuring...
Could you possibly involve them in the budgeting, for instance?
So now, one thing that works for me is you don't ask what the other person doesn't have, right? So if I tell you, and it's very helpful, oh, what we have is 100,000 for this vacation. What do you think we can do? Now the child knows that this is all that's available, right? And you know, they won't want to ask you something outside what you say we have. But when a child feels, okay, oh, mommy and daddy has a whole lot, they begin to
let's go overboard.
Exactly. So they begin to ask for different things. But once they realize the fact that, oh, this is all what we have.
We have limited funds.
Exactly. Can we just work within this? And you would be surprised to see how cooperative they would be. Yeah. So I think having that conversation with the kids is also very important.
Wow, that really is an insight into, you know, involving them, getting them, you know, involved from the planning stage, the budgeting and all of
everything.
that. So they know what's available, they know what they know their limits. That's quite interesting.
So you as a parent, probably you're thinking, oh, this summer, go to the Bahamas, right? You'll be shocked that your child just wants to go to the park, you know, see some animals. And then when you have a conversation, oh, where would you want to be this holiday? And like, mommy, I want to go to the park, or can we go to the village? Do you get? So sometimes hearing from them can actually even be helpful to help you work within a limited budget. Like, so when you have those conversations with them, it's really helpful.
But you see, again, wouldn't that depend on the age
of the child?
I was about to make that. Because this would apply for younger children, I believe.
Yeah, no, okay, maybe children within the age of, say, 6 to 12.
Yeah.
I mean, they still have that level of understanding. Yeah. For the much younger ones, I think at the age at which they are, you can actually have your way around them.
True.
Like, okay, mommy wants you to go here, daddy wants you to go there. Do you understand? But for these ones that understand life a bit, I think you need to have that conversation with them, so that they don't feel, slightly offended, or maybe their wish has not been granted. But I think having that conversation with them helps them to act right.
You're making it sound so easy. How old, sorry, may I ask, how old are your children?
The first is, she'll soon be 11.
You've been in this business a while.
11, and 7 and 5. For me, I don't know, maybe it's because they are girls, they're all girls. Well, I think we'll have conversations and we understand ourselves. Because there are times when, oh, mommy, I want this. I'm like, I'm going to get this for you, but not now. Or daddy doesn't have this money now, mommy doesn't have this money now. Can you give us some time? And they don't ask again. So I don't know whether it's because of something I've done over time. When I tell them, I can't afford this now, or you can't have this now, you wait. They wait. So I think when you have conversations with your kids, it helps them not to put you under pressure. Yeah. It helps them not to put you under pressure. Because if you are talking to your child and your child is insisting, I want this, I want this, I want this, whether you like it or not, you as a parent, you get worried. You feel like it begins to make you feel like a failure, like you're not doing enough for your child.
Inadequate.
Exactly. But when you have a conversation with your child and your child understands what you are saying, I think you have a balance. Yeah.
Well, this is in a situation, should I say, all things being equal.
Yeah.
There are some rebellious children, or like you're saying, you have girl children, right? There are some boy child that would fight you every step of the way. So I guess there should be other tactics that would be.
That's defaming. That's defaming my gender.
You know, we're to think outside the box, because there might be some situations where you have a teenage boy who is insisting on his way. You understand? So the other tactics might need to be
for me,
there.
I feel like a lot of those things starts with the foundation. Yeah. So this takes us to how you started from the beginning. Sometimes I see some kids behave in certain ways and I'm like, okay, I don't want to talk. Do you get? Like, I see some weird behavior and I'm like, okay, how did you get to this point? Because I felt there was a point in time in which this would have been stopped. So parents tolerate some excesses from their children, even when they are at the stage where you can remold them, but they allow it to grow over time.
Okay.
For me, I think that's where you get to a point where you talk to your child and the child doesn't want to understand really.
That's the upbringing aspect of raising.
So I think it really needs to be gotten right from the scratch. So as you have kids that you can talk to and they listen to you.
Yeah. No, well, let's even go back to some of the other dynamics of budget holiday, budget vacations, like we said. Now, it's not all about wishing to go to the village and all of that. Okay, I'm in school I live in Lagos with my parents. Grandma and grandpa are far away Maiduguri. All right, you know what flights, tickets, what fares are like. You know what the roads are like. How do we circumvent all of that? How do we get around these things? Because it's not as easy as it sounds. Even local holidays. So what do you think we can do?
So another thing is camping here. So I think camping is also one fun part of holiday for kids.
Camping? Okay, in Nigeria? Okay.
You can actually camp at your backyard. So when I say camping, it doesn't really have to be you going to the bush and all that. So it's just doing something different from the usual. Let them know, okay, we're actually on holiday, something different. If you have the space behind your house, you can put a tent there. You bring forth games. So for me, I feel over time, I've understood the fact that children are just one set of beings that like to be engaged, right? And then the most important is you knowing that thing in particular that they love doing. They're your kids. You've been with them for like years. So you know that thing that your child really likes doing that doesn't really have to make you spend a lot of money, right? We need to actually budget for holidays, whether we like it or no matter how small it is. You put down something for holidays. Let the children feel, so, like currently I'm organizing more like a mini camp for children right now. Yeah, and it's nothing mega, right? Nothing really big, just something to make the children, get the children engaged. Something to make this. The Bible talks about what an idle man being the devil's workshop. There are children here, but you need to keep them busy. Some people enroll themselves in Bible schools. They go for summer schools. For me, I feel like they've been in school for like how many months? Let them learn something different. Let them do something different, something creative. For much, like for teenagers, I would say, use the opportunity to learn skills, right? Some people go and learn how to make all these detergents, soaps, and all that. Some go to catering schools.
Arts and craft.
You know. So just learn something, do something.
Music lessons.
Get
exactly. That's what I'm saying. You have to know what the child wants at first. Okay, if you notice that your child likes singing, let's say his name is Ben. Ben, this holiday, would you want to go to a music school? He'll be excited about it. If you notice your daughter likes being engaged in the kitchen, oh, this holiday, would you want to go to a catering school? She'll be excited about it. So you need to understand what the child wants, and then use the opportunity and do something for the child during the vacation.
Right.
So I think this works.
You're actually right there, because I think I even have a personal experience.
Okay.
That my daughter, we found out early
Yeah.
that she's quite artistic,
Yeah.
creative, and during her holidays, she would either go for photography sessions somewhere, or some art and whatever, or even cooking, and she always enjoyed those things, you know, and and it's worked. It's even gone. She's taking all those skills with her through life now.
You know,
So-
I would go a step further to say that sometimes it's not just what the child likes. Sometimes you might need to impose, because if you leave these kids, you know, maybe some of the things they like is like swinging from a chandelier or something, you know, like a boisterous child, you know. So if a child is so boisterous, you might need to bring some calmer skills. I would say, okay, for my own kids, I wanted them to learn a musical instrument, and they were not interested.
The Gen Z kids will not let you.
Oh, but I insisted, and I went ahead and I got guitars for them, and now they have those skills. You know, it will interest you to know that when my son went to class one day, and then some other boy that felt he knew how to play was just strumming along, and then my son goes like, let me have that again. And then he went and he was better than that child. So didn't that make you feel good? You know, so sometimes you might need, as a parent, to put in some of those checks in place.
So
but
the bottom line in here is that we should think outside the box, be creative, and you know, let's get out of the. It's even high time we got out of this, you know, skipping abroad all of the time.
You know,
we can make the most of
out
our
of
time.
what we have here.
Yes.
Sure.
Now let's even now look at technology and online resources, because I mean that's at our fingertips. You know, do you know of anything that can online that can help us to enhance the experience of a budget holiday vacation?
Okay, so like I said earlier, planning still comes back here.
Planning still comes in,
Still
yes.
comes back here.
Planning is key.
Planning is key. So like, you check online. Like I said, when you want to book for your tickets, if you're booking ahead of time, you do that online, you get a whole lot of discounts, right? And then even for your reservations, you could book online for them. And then when you check online, it also helps you see varieties of places you can actually visit, right? Varieties of things you can do for the holiday. If you want to go, just we're talking about skills right now. If skills is what works for me this period or this holiday, so all I need to do is I go online and I check, right? Okay, which is the best catering school around for my child within my vicinity, not too far, because we're trying to cut down on transportation fare also. Then you pick one for her. If it's a music school, you check online. So online would help a lot during the holidays if you want to. It will help you locate places that you'd want to visit. And if you have to travel, if you want to travel, it's going to help you book online, book ahead, get discounts, and discover a whole lot more.
Oh, wow.
Whoa, that's quite interesting, because you know a lot of these things we've taken for granted. You know, we're almost like an auto cruise. Holiday time, hey, hop to England, hop to France, South Africa, and all of that. But we forget that right there in, like you said, in our backyard, we could put up a tent and have a great holiday.
Or a tree house.
Interesting.
That's why I said having a conversation with the children is also very important. You'll be amazed to hear what they want to do.
Yes.
You'll be amazed. You know, they watch a lot of cartoons and all that, and maybe they've in the cartoon he talked about treehouse. They watch the treehouse. Oh, mommy, we want to stay around the treehouse this holiday, or we want to build on the treehouse. There's this building they do on it, you know. So a whole lot can just happen when you have that conversation with them and you realize that you don't have to break a bank with just little money and you have a fun-filled vacation or holiday.
Wow.
Lovely. Oh, this has been interesting. I only wish we could go on with this discussion, Julian. But like they say, time is never our friend.
Yeah.
Unfortunately so.
Thank you so much for taking out the time to be with us on this show.
You're welcome.
Thanks so much, Julian. Surely we'll be asking you to come on this show again. Maybe this time with your children. And many thanks for accepting already.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Thanks so much. It's so good to have you on the show today.
Thank you, sir. Yeah.
So, Culture Conversation is next, and as usual, our host Chizobam Ofwebu will be having an eye-opening conversation with her guest. Stay tuned.
My name is Adejoke Lasisi. I'm the founder and creative director of Planet 3R. At Planet 3R, we convert textile and plastic waste into eco-friendly products. The motivation actually came from a rural community in Ibadan here. Whenever it rains, the whole place, people will not be able to go inside the community. If it rains overnight, people will not be able to go to school, they will not be able to go to work. Anytime the water now goes away, you now realize a lot of waste. And I was like, this is actually the root cause of this problem, improper waste management system. Then I look at it that, what can we do to solve this problem? And that was how I started using the weaving skill that I've acquired from my mom since I was 9 years old. Then I started using it to like weave those waste to now make sure that we now convert them into beautiful items like bags, shoes, even clothing. I actually participated at Womenpreneur Season 3, that was 2021. One of the things I really gained at that time was business development. You know, it's not just about the talent now or having to know how to convert the waste or having the idea, but to be able to put it into a successful business. I really appreciate what Access Bank is doing for entrepreneurs. Let us now say women now, because most of the time women don't really have much of these advantages. I love the fact that there's an initiative for women. I want to encourage you to make sure that you go and apply honestly. Your life will not remain the same again.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Culture Conversations. As always, my name is Chizobam Ofwebu, and I will start off by saying I am proudly Nigerian. And one of the reasons I'm proudly Nigerian is because of our fashion, our culture, and how it's just really bubbling on the global scene. Today we're going to be having a fantastic conversation with one of Nigeria's young, culture promotion fashion brands, and his brand name is Dimeji Lori, but the brand is very, very much premised and hinged on culture, from the use of raffia to the use of cowries, the use of ashoke, and he has had the beautiful honor and privilege of styling a lot of our celebrities home and abroad. So our guest name is Dimeji Lori. He is a Nigerian fashion artist, an Afro waist designer with an anti-fashion fashionable vision. Wow. He proposes a distinct idea of cultural luxury, drawing inspiration from elements of pre-colonial African heritage, the culture, the artifacts, the spirituality, and the community, turning out designs and creative ideas that help to hybridize the exploration of an African identity through the reintroduction of these elements into people's consciousness. Refashioning the African consciousness is literally the name of the game that he is playing in the fashion industry. Okay, so Dimeji, thank you so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much for what you're doing. I remember my first contact with you was with Nee.
Yeah.
And I saw what you run. I was like, this is beautiful. And then I found out you were the designer. They went to your page, and I was like, I love how creative minds just really think outside the box. Because I see Ashoke, we've run Ashoke so many times. We never thought to put it this way.
Yeah.
You know, so nice one.
Thank you.
So questions, let's go into the questions. Now, African fashion has been enjoying Queen Bee status on the global scene. Everybody on in the international scene wants to wear an African designer's piece. You know, how has the Nigerian culture, which is the Ashokean, how has it contributed to putting African fashion on the global map?
Yeah. Thank you very much for that question. I've said the Nigerian culture has put, you know, how do I say this? Okay, so I wouldn't really agree that we've been getting the Queen Bee attention yet, because on the global scale, we're still not being appreciated as much as we should have been. Yeah, because when we talk about the fashion industry, the global fashion industry is $1 trillion industry. And the essence of the industry is the clothes. And when you break it down further, the clothes, the essential element of the clothes is what it is made from, which is the wool or the cotton or the polyester fibers. And even when you break it down further, you know, with the history that we're familiar with, we're able to achieve this feat in fashion and cloth making because of the hard work of the black slaves that were put in plantations many years ago. You know, so they were not given the due diligence and the credit that they deserve. And even fast forwarding it to like today, you see global fashion brands where they make collection inspired by Africans, and they take our elements and our culture and our patterns and our craft, and they sell it to the world for hundreds of millions of dollars without giving credit to where it's from. So it's been a serious battle, you know, for African brands to actually rival, you know, global brands on the world stage. But thankfully, we've been able to do our bit, especially with my senior colleagues in the industry, the likes of the Diala Sagoe, you know, the Orange Cultures, the Duro Olowus. They've actually been able to penetrate the global stage, but it is still a very small circle, you know. But with the generation coming behind them, we plan to like take it a bit further.
And take it by it. You plan to occupy.
Yeah.
Okay, so talking about just the difficulty of penetration, it goes to my next question. You've had the privilege of styling the who's who in especially the entertainment industry, Ricardo Banks, Files. This is a couple, Timini Egbuzon, you know, and a lot of young brands are looking at you and going, wow, he's not that old in the industry, but you know, he's been able to do this. So the question is, how are you able to position your business to achieve that? And what was your market penetration strategy?
I'll say it's just me being true to myself.
So you were just sitting down true to yourself?
No, like being true to my craft. Like my designs are so unique and they're so peculiar to me. So I took time to, you know, study history, you know, travel, have a deeper understanding of the culture and the heritage and the craftsmanship before I even started the whole fashion thing. So once you have that unique point of view, you know, your story is different. So what you're bringing to the table, what you're bringing to the market, it's just so different that it's only you that can make it. So most of my clientele will not reach out to me if they have like an Owambe or like a normal thing. But if they want to go out and look Afrocentric and look new, you know, they know they should come to Dimeji Lori. It's going to give them that authentic, undiluted African designs.
Okay. I like what you said about you went and did your research.
Yeah, absolutely.
And the truth is that when we look at your, you said something again about your brand or your designs not being easy to copy.
Yeah.
For example, now I've been to your page and okay, you use raffia, you use Ashoke, you use cowries. Someone can say, okay, let's take the raffia and do, you know, but they won't think to do what you do with it. You know, I saw what you did with raffia, like a box, like you sent me. I'm like, I would have thought, you know, I would have, you know. So yes, so market price. So you're saying business positioning and market penetration strategy is do the research to stand out, so that you can stand out.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what unusual events have taken place on your journey to starting and positioning your fashion brand? You know, we've spoken a bit about, you know, as a child, did you stumble into fashion? Was it a prophecy?
When she was free. So I grew up with, you know, having machines in the house, tape rules, you know, pattern making all over. So it has always been a thing, but I never see myself going into it full time. But from a very young age, you know, I've been an artist. I draw a lot. You know, yeah, I used to draw very, very well. But my parents, you know, Nigerian parents, they want something different. They want something different for the kids. You know, they wanted me to study engineering. But unfortunately, I studied physics in the uni. And after uni, it was difficult, you know. But I landed a 9-to-5 job. I was working with the Surveyor General of Kwara State under the Bureau of Land. I did that for about 4 years. But it was not fulfilling for me. I've always known there's something else. So when I started, you know, asking about who I am as a person, that was what led me into, you know, researching my history and where I'm from. And one of the things that fascinated me was the clothing. Then I was able to relate it back to the clothing in the house, and you know. And by the way, my grandmother used to be a Ashoke weaver. This is something from my grandmother. She made it many years ago.
This jacket?
Yeah, it's a vintage Ashoke. So I had to repurpose it and make a new jacket out of it. So fashion has always been something
it's
that
a legacy for you.
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so let's talk pricing, because that's, I mean, in the economy we're in right now, a lot of people want to start up businesses in fashion, because fashion always moves regardless of the economy. Absolutely. It's about how you position it, and then also the price point is very critical. How do you arrive at putting a price point that doesn't scare the audience, the clients away, but also gives you the profit that you deserve?
Okay, so my mentor used to tell me this. He says no price of any particular product is actually uniquely justified. It is all about perception and value. So let me explain that. If I produce this chair you're sitting on for 1 naira, and you come into the store to want to buy it, and I decide to sell it for 2 naira, I've made good profit. I've made business. But if you come into the store and I tell you that this chair, the wood we use in making this chair was sourced from Abeokuta, and the clothing on it is a very special kind of linen that was sourced in Kano State or something. Now you have a perceived value for it. I can sell it for you for 100 naira, and you're going to buy it. It is not that I lied about it, but I made conscious effort to make the product as unique as possible, so I can give it a reasonable price. So for me as a brand, I go extra length to get all of those things, you know. I travel into the interior villages to source fabrics, you know, my cowries, the raffia that we use. It is a lot of work that goes into it. So when you put all of that together into the making of a garment, and like the creative idea and all the thinking and research that goes into it, most times it's always hard for me to like put a price on the product. But at the end of the day, you want to sell, so you have to put a price. But when your customers can perceive and understand the work that goes into it, and like the value that you bring to the table, you know, they'll pay any amount for it.
Yeah, they will pay. I mean, as you said, as you right from the first question, what are you doing that sets you apart? Like you said, the research, you're going into the hinterland, you're making sure the products you're sourcing are from source. Yeah. Okay, so and I tell people, human beings like to be oppressed into buying something from you. So if you're not giving them a story that oppresses them, oh my God, wow, take my money and go. Do you understand? Okay, so yeah. How easy and difficult has this, you know, current economic situation made establishing Made in Nigeria brands?
I mean, doing any kind of business at all in Nigeria is you have to be insane to actually want to do business.
The word. You have to be insane.
Nigeria, because it's difficult. But from my personal experience, you know, even human capital, getting the right tailors with the right mentality and the good skills to make a garment is so difficult, because most of the people nowadays don't want to work.
Yeah.
Everybody is just about money, 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 money. So even when you find tailors, they don't want to stay with you for so long. They just want to work with you for a month, learn one or two things from you, then go start their own.
And probably take your customers whilst they're going.
Steal your customers along the way.
Yeah.
So it's difficult. Then power is another major challenge.
True.
Like, it's crazy. We can go on and on and on. And on.
We'll be here, the Nigerian factor, but still proudly Nigerian. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And so how can, with this now, how can the government, how can private organizations help?
I think first of all, infrastructure and power. Then we need more educationists. We need to teach more about changing people's minds. Because even when the infrastructures are there and there's power, we still need people with the right mindset to actually do those things. And
service mindset.
It is insane. The people on the streets these days, nobody wants to do anything genuine anymore. Everybody is all about money, 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 money. So it's hard for people to want to own their skills. It's hard for people to want to create. It's hard for people to want to build.
Because it takes time.
It takes time. It's a process. It just does not happen overnight. Yeah. So people are not ready to build. So until we get people with the right mindset that are ready to like build and do something on the long term, that's going to pay us and the generation coming behind us.
Legacy business.
Until then, it's going to be difficult.
Yeah. So I also think that we need more technical schools.
Yes, we do, because most of the schools we have now, our education system is flawed.
I always say that our education system prepares us to go and work abroad.
Yes.
What insider information, you've been in the industry for, not a long time, but long enough where you have entered some corners that people who have been in it for 20 years have not entered.
Yeah.
You've sat down with the who's who, you've had conversations with these no names. Yeah. You have an understanding of what they like and what they do not like when it comes. You've talked about, nobody wants to put in the work to bring out a good product.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's also a complaint amongst them, like the finishing, the detailing and all.
Absolutely.
So for young people who are coming up and they're like, okay, we want to know how these people think. What insider tips can you give them so that when they want to market their products to these kinds of people, they go about it the right way?
I think there's a backstory to this, because this statement might put me in trouble. But the truth is, this so-called celebrities don't like to think. And it is not a bad thing. It is not a bad thing, because they have so many things on their plates. They have endorsements, they have deals, they have meetings. There's a lot on their mind. So they don't have time to think about clothes. That is where you come in. You have to do the thinking for them. You have to look at them, see their style, see what is missing, make that thing, and offer it to them. That's the magic, basically.
So study them, find out their style.
Yeah.
What is Timini's style might not be Ricardo Bank's style.
Absolutely, it's always different.
It's always different.
Yeah.
Study, and I think that's been the recurring thing with you. Just do the research.
Yeah, do the research.
Do the research.
People don't want to do research no more.
Yeah.
They just want to do it
Fast
instant.
fashion.
No.
Fast fashion is not that fast. You still put in work to research.
You put in a lot of work.
Yeah. So concluding question: what is the Dimeji Ilori story? Your beginning till now. Very, very brief.
Dimeji Ilori is a very long story, even though I'm so super young.
Okay.
But like I said earlier, it's been a thing around the corner. And after school, while I was doing the job, there was no fulfillment in it. I was always kind of sad, But I was doing the fashion thing by the side. So I do my 9 to 5, and at night I do the fashion overnight, and I resume back in the office 9 again. So it was really difficult until when I decided, let me just transition completely into fashion. But it was difficult, But I was able to save money for those 4 years.
True, that I was going to say,
while I was doing that, I was saving money. So when I was ready to go into it, I had
some
little funds to like push it. And one of the funny things that happened was when I sat my parents down and I told them, like, I'm not doing this job anymore. I want to go into fashion. And my dad was not having it at all. As a matter of fact, I was disowned for years. But now he has come around, thankfully. So it was really difficult, but we thank God.
So the Dimeji Ilori story is knowing what you want to do.
Yeah.
perseverance.
Yeah. Research,
And research.
and always
Research.
There's
That's what's-
so much to know.
Yeah, because the culture is vast.
Yeah.
And so if you go deep into it, you're going to find something to carve out as your own niche.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Timeji. Thank you so much for
Thank
making
you
our
so
time.
much for having me. Yeah.
Thank you so much for
It's a
thinking
honor.
outside of the box, and giving young people something else to aspire towards. It's been an amazing conversation with Dimeji Laurie. Already his name also sounds very, very, very culturally amazing. So we've heard from him, and the recurring theme here has been perseverance and research. Do the work, do the research. Find out about your target market, what they like. Do the research. Take all the time you need to do the research, so that when you come out big, and you come out earning and profiting mighty. Okay? So we're going to join John and Helen in the studio after this break. Stay tuned.
Sometimes, it's not just the distance we travel. It's the gaps we close. It's not the things we buy. It's the memories we create. Sometimes, it's beyond the places we go. It's the connections we make. Not just the things we taste. It's the taste of things to come. And it's never a question of if, but when. Because life is always just a bit better with American Express. Introducing the Access Bank American Express Gold Card and the Metal Platinum Card, now available through Access Bank.
You're still on to Plus TV Africa, and the program is Today with John and Helen. Our final guest for today's show is a passionate educator and advocate, Bukola Aderemi Ladigbolu. Bukola is a dedicated teacher at heart, holding a degree in linguistics from the University of Ilorin, a postgraduate diploma in education, and a master's in early childhood education from Lagos State University. She's also the author of 3 insightful books, including Don't Mess with Their Flowers, a pivotal work on rape prevention and counseling for victims, which has been approved by the Education Ministry for use in schools across 3 states. In addition to her literary contributions, Bukola is a certified adolescent, marriage, and relationship coach. Interesting, isn't it?
Very interesting and exciting. Living in Lagos with her family, Bukola continues to make a significant impact through her advocacy and educational efforts. Today, she joins us to discuss a critical and sensitive topic, child rape. Are parents doing enough? Please join us in welcoming Bukola Aderemi Ladigbolu to the show. I hope I got the pronunciation right.
You got it right. You got close enough. So, Bukola, it's good to have you on the show.
Thank you so much.
And thanks for agreeing to come. Because this is a topic that I'm sure is very close to the hearts of a lot of people.
Sure.
But it's so sensitive, we're not even bold enough to come out and talk about it. So let's fire the first salvo. Now, could you share with us what inspired you to write your book, Don't Mess with Their Flowers?
Yes, Don't Mess with the Flowers is a book I wrote I think 2 years ago, it came out. Why I wrote the book, Don't Mess With Your Flowers, I had an experience.
Whoa.
Almost rape experience.
You have the book here, yes?
Yeah. The book is
Okay, that's it right there.
So it happened, I was out of secondary school when I had my almost raped experience. I was almost raped. It actually happened in a bank.
Whoa.
Wow.
It happened in a bank. You know, it was normal in those days after secondary school, you go for vacation job.
Yes.
Because I hadn't gotten my admission. So I went to this bank then, and this guy almost raped me. We fought for over 40 minutes in the bank.
Goodness. Bank?
I mean bank, yeah. He locked the door.
Place?
Yes, the building big and the marketing staff, they were not around, the staff. And he said something, even if you scream, nobody's going to hear you. We are alone in this big building. Just to make me scared, but I wasn't. So it's because of that my almost raped experience that made me to write, Don't Mess With Their Flowers.
Whoa.
Great.
You just got me awestruck.
Oh, really? I'm shocked.
It happened in the bank. And I know quite a lot of youth, preteens are going through or went through this, but no one to pour out to. But when they know you experience a near rape situation, with this book, a lot have been coming out. I've counseled so many.
So based on your experience, what are the most common misconceptions parents have about child rape?
I think I will try and list 3 or 4 there about. The first one, some parents, they think babies or children don't get raped. This is a lie. Is it
like self-denial or what?
No, they are ignorant. Let's be honest. Yeah, they are. Something happened that broke my heart. I think 2-3 years thereabouts when Aisha Buhari was the first lady. It happened in Kaduna. This baby in diapers was raped.
Whoa.
It was, the word is horrendous.
Yeah.
She was raped in diaper. It was even the wife that held their family friends. It was the wife that held the baby's legs for the man to rape.
No, don't say it.
If you go online, just type
real?
Kaduna. Yes, you see Aisha when she went to visit and carry the baby.
Goodness.
It was horrible. So first parents think babies, children, toddlers don't get raped. That is the first misconception. And if that is not erased, we won't be bent on having support and creating a safe environment for these children, for these hapless children. Then number 2, they tell you, no, it's only girls that are being raped, not boys. I've had encounter with a lot of boys that told me after my book came out that, yes, I can remember my auntie almost raped me. Somebody even told me, anytime I see auntie so-and-so's daughter, I'm going to rape. I said, no, you don't need to do that. 2 wrongs don't make it right. So boys are being raped.
Vengeance.
Yes. I'm going to retaliate. Do you understand? Yeah. So and according to World Health Organization, 1 in 4 boys are 1 in 4 girls are being sexually molested, abused, and 1 in 3 boys are being sexually abused. Then the third thing again is that they will tell you rape, that children, they can't even remember, even if it happened to them. Don't forget that children, kids, they don't forget traumatic events. They don't ever. They don't forget. So if those things are not being handled carefully, they are what we call psychological disorders and emotional stress later on.
The trauma never goes
away.
away.
No. Until they are able to overcome, talk to somebody and get
like
maybe a
therapist.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's the solution? How do you think parents can create a safe environment at home where children will feel comfortable discussing sensitive
you said it.
like abuse?
The environment has to be, open and honest.
Between the parents
and
the child.
Yes. You have to have this environment, open discussion about it. Be honest about it. This is what is happening. Then another thing, it has to be done in a relaxed environment. Then talk to your children, listen to them. Let them ask questions.
To your children
and listen. Very, very important. They have a lot they are going through. They have a lot they are bottling. They only need somebody to listen to them. Listen to them. Create that avenue for them, family discussion, to sit down, talk to them, know what they are going through. Don't be busy. Then another thing in a family, again, that our parents can help these children, again, is education. As a parent, do you know what to tell them? You have to be educated.
Yes.
Your exposure too. You have to know, because they will ask questions. Do you have the ready-made answers for them? So as parents, you have to be educated to talk about these things. And of course, like I always say, sex education can never be too early, but it can be too late.
Whoa.
It can never be too early. And there's something that we call age-appropriate language.
Age-appropriate
language. Very important. Yeah, very important. Yes. The way I'm going to handle a toddler, talking about sex education, is not the same I'm going to handle a teenager.
True.
So there's something we call age-appropriate language. Very, very important, very key. So those are some of the things that you can do in a family setting.
Yeah.
And you watch who comes in the home too.
Right.
Okay.
So what are the warning signs parents should look out for that would indicate that their child is a victim of abuse?
I want to say 85% of the time the signs are there. And let me say the other percentage, the signs might not be there.
So can you elaborate?
So for the signs that will be there, maybe a child who is outspoken is suddenly withdrawn, not doing well in school, just wants to keep to him or herself. Those are the signs. Then something happened, a child was raped last month. It was the grandma giving the girl a bath that noticed the tearing in the vagina before she was not taken to the hospital. This happened last month. You understand? So rape occurs, let me say, every day.
But a lot are covered.
They are covering up. So their signs are there. Like somebody shared an experience with me. She's almost 60, some of the signs. Then another thing now, good. If as a parent, you have to be vigilant. Very, very important. Be careful about details. If there is an uncle that comes to the house that your daughter is too over-excited to have uncle around, it could be a sign. And if there is this uncle or auntie that whenever he or she comes, your child is withdrawn, something is obviously a sign. Because somebody shared with me that she tried to let her parents understand that there's something about this uncle coming to her house, that when she was growing up, uncle was always rubbing her breast and stuff like that. She said she tried to make her parents to see the sign, but they didn't notice that she was just fortunate that she was not being raped by this uncle. But she kept doing it every visit.
But the uncle was being inappropriate with her.
Yes, he kept doing it. No boundaries, no, you know.
Okay, now you've said so much. You've talked about education
parents,
on the side
the
of
kids,
the parents, on the side of the children. We have education all over us, everywhere. You know, you can learn from everywhere.
Outside the school environment.
Now let's even focus on schools and our educational institutions. What roles do you think they will play in supporting rape prevention and counseling for victims?
For me, I'm a teacher too. For me, I would say teachers, you have to first love what you're doing. Because if you love what you're doing, if you are conscious of the fact that you have lives in your hands, you have destinies in your hands, there's a way you go about them. You handle them with love. And there's something I always tell people. People respond to love. Their kids, they like, just look at toddlers. They love aunties, they listen to their aunties more than parents. If a parent is trying to correct a toddler, we say, no, mommy, my auntie said I should do it like this. Auntie is number one. Yes, the teachers. So if you have teachers that are compassionate about what they are doing, they will achieve a lot. Love is the language first. People respond to love. Love those kids under you. Be ready to listen to them. You are a caregiver. When they get to their parents, it's a different story. But in school, you are the caregiver. Show them love. Be patient with them to know what is happening. That child that is always sleeping in the class, you don't know, maybe he or she's been molested at home or somewhere. So if you are painstaking, you will know a lot of things about them. Then another thing that is very important as a teacher or caregiver is this. Aside showing them love, you have to train. Go for training. A lot of seminars go. You need to be equipped. Because these kids, teacher or parent, the first thing, they don't want you to judge them.
The children?
No, they don't want. I had a counseling session with somebody on phone. I've not seen her before. I don't know what she looks like. The first thing she told me, please, ma, don't judge me. Before we even started the conversation, the first thing, don't judge me. So don't judge them. The child that steals, it might be that she lacks attention at home. It's a way of getting back. They do funny things. So for teachers, you get training, show that love, show that you are representing their parents. As a caregiver, love can achieve a lot of things. Be painstaking with them.
Yes.
They will open up.
And listening skills.
Yes, you have to listen. Don't cut them short. Let them pour out. Because some feel so free to talk to teachers more than I have a lot like that their parents will never get to know. And you know, when you're counseling, you talk of confidentiality is important. You don't divulge information. You counsel, you get help for them. So as I'm talking, there are children that have been raped as toddlers that the parents won't ever get to know. And some of them, when they come and ask them, you're not afraid of pregnancy, you're not afraid of infection, they'll just tell me, no, please, my mommy must not know. You are the only one I'm telling.
But don't you think the parents have a right to know? Even if the child is saying, don't tell my mom, don't tell my
Like
dad.
this particular girl that said, I don't know her parents. She's in Ilorin, I'm in Lagos. It was a phone thing, and she told me, I was raped on the day of I was having my end of the session, you know, this prom, or what do they call it?
Yes.
So she said it actually happened. The guy wanted to go out, date her, she refused. As she excused herself, she went into the ladies and she was raped right there.
Wow.
I don't even know her parents. I don't know, it was a phone thing. But I took her through counseling sessions. Another one too, have you told your parents about it? No, I don't want to tell anybody. You know why I won't force them to tell their parents? When I had my almost raped experience, it took me like 30 years before I told anyone.
30 years?
Yeah. You don't like talking about it. You just want to live as if everything is
never
fine.
happened.
Yeah. Kind of live in denial, just carry on. At least my own, thank God it didn't happen. So why I don't? So it took me like 30 years to get over and come out, radio station, TV, talk about it.
But don't you think you would have healed earlier if you had a confidence that you could relate
There's
to?
something I tell people. Your shock absorber differs. My healing process, if it's going to take me 30, 40 years, the important thing for me is to get healed. Once you are ready to, you don't force anybody to talk or to come out. Healing is a process.
Healing is
a process. And you have to be patient.
Yeah.
You don't force it.
Okay, so let's look at the red flags. You know, because we have to be able to identify red flags early enough. What steps do you think parents should take or can take to educate the children about consent and body autonomy from a young age?
Yes, it's very, very important. I had an experience. I went to a school to talk to children, toddlers. First, it's very, very important. Let them know what each organ in the body is called. No nickname. I've been telling parents this. No nickname. A boy, you have a right to know that what you have is a penis. You don't have a chocolate or things like that. Because I've heard it before. Don't give nickname. This is what you have. A girl, you have a breast. You understand? Yeah. So I went to this place to talk to these toddlers, and of course, what I did, a boy and a girl, if you have confidence in yourself, come out. A girl came out, a boy came out. Now tell me all the organs, the parts in your body. None of them could tell me I have penis, I have vagina.
They were shy.
Yes. So that one for me is a big deal. It's common. It's something I've noticed. They can't say it. When my son was 2, it was somewhere I was talking, don't touch my penis. But he said, no, don't say that. I said, he must say it. That is what he has. Yes. So I made him to know that some things, you know, there's something in early child education, the formative years is very important. Don't mess it up. And it's sad, it's unfortunate parents are messing it up. From age 0 to 7, a child is formed. From 8, it's only God that can change that child. From 0 to 7, that is when you have the whole work to do. And you know, because of the situation in Nigeria, in our environment, you are like, first 10 years of my marriage, I want to really work. So that by 70, I have my house. I will now, that formative years, they mess it up. They are in the care of house help, neighbor that might be abusing them without the parents knowing.
So red flags.
You understand? So the red flags for parents now, let them know what the body parts are called.
Yes, that's one.
That is number 1. Then number 2, be free to discuss issues of sex, like I've said, age appropriate. Very, very important.
Yes, communication.
Communication is key. Let the child be able to express his or her feelings without being silenced, without being accused, without retaliation, without like, why did you, no. Don't be judgmental.
Yes.
As parents.
Okay.
Then there's something that we call privacy and confidentiality is key. Then let them know about respect. You as a parent show the way, lead the way, be a good example because they are following you.
Yes.
So you have to make sure that you put all this into practice and those skills, they will be fine. Set boundaries, very, very important, set boundaries. And the boy, we focus more on the girl child. Who are those ones raping? I don't know the boys.
Yes, the boys.
So let them know when a girl tells you no, it is no. Know about consent. Know that you have to set boundaries.
Yes.
So let's enforce it.
From early.
Yes, not when they are now 9 or 10 preteens. You are now it starts early. You coming into my room, you know you must knock. You know, even if you want as simple as turning on the TV at home, you know you must ask for my permission. Can I? Because I can remember when my boy was small, I was somewhere and the boy called. I want to turn on the TV at home. And one man said, "Your boy calling you because of ordinary TV. My kids won't do this." I said, yes, I taught him that. And he cannot eat my food after my meal without saying thank you. It's not possible now.
No, that's cultural.
Do you understand? Also, all those things, it start from the young age. And they grow up getting used to stuff like that. They know they have to say, "Excuse me, can I take this?" They know you have to take permission. They know there's something called consent. You just don't do things. If the other person is saying no is no. Yes means yes. And set boundaries. Don't say because it's my uncle, you can bang into my room, or my father and things like that. No, we set boundaries.
Well, okay. All said and done, rape has happened.
Yeah.
Let's look at post-rape now.
Yeah, post-rape therapy.
So, for parents,
how do we support?
For parents or caregivers, the first thing, show love to that person. It's not a time to shift blame. It's not a time to say, "Why did you attend that party and I told you not to attend?" If only you had covered up, leave those ones aside. Not a time for shifting blame or you understand. No, then physical, what will I say? The physical aspect is important. Tight hug, number one. Then listen. Believe all the story. Then validate. Don't validate. Let him be aware that you know you can relate with the feelings. Don't argue. Then another thing, you as a parent too. You need healing too.
Yeah.
You need healing. You need healing.
Well.
Why I'm saying this, as somebody whose daughter was raped at maybe 7 or 8, she got to know when the child was a teenager for the first time, opened up. She only knew this child is withdrawn, not the sharp person again. So when the daughter now opened up, she was sad and called me, "I'm going to commit suicide. I've failed my daughter." Wow. And I told her, suicide is never part of the option. You need healing. So as parents, through healing, like I said earlier, is a process. Don't rush them. Be patient with them. You have to be patient. The healing might take 1 year, 2, 3 to come. Just be patient with them. Then make sure that you report cases of abuse. Never see it as a family affair because it's your husband, it's your brother or whatever. Report all cases of abuse. Then another thing that I will say again is that after reporting, then you have to sit down and think. Your safety plan is very, very expedient. What do I mean by safety plan? You might need to relocate that child from that environment. Why? Because the same person can rape you over and over. Because like my story that I was sharing, after I fought with this person for over 40 minutes in the bank.
You were strong, physical.
Yes. And he now said, "I'm even tired. I can't do anything again." He told me. As I was saying, the same person that I fought for over 40 minutes was the same person that dropped me in my house. When the same person can rape you again. It never occurred to me that it could take me to a bush or anywhere or anything. It dropped me again. So safety plans should be put in place, relocation and stuff like that.
Oh, gosh. This is deep. This is deep. Well, government, are we getting enough support from government? I know that most
they are
times
trying,
say
but let me
Lagos
say
State-
something. It is a societal issue.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it needs a comprehensive approach in dealing with this thing. Governments, agencies, everyone, all hands should be on deck to fight rape and rapists. Just like we did with the time of Ebola and stuff like that. Like HIV, the campaign then in the early 80s was everywhere, HIV.
Yeah.
We need to do the same thing.
Be more aggressive.
And it's sad. It's sad that even people that you don't expect
that
are involved.
could be rapists are, right?
Yeah. That's the truth. And there's this popular saying that we say, everyone is a potential rapist. Don't be too trusting. This one can't do it. Like I was saying, some parents, they misconception. This one I didn't add. They think it's being perpetrated by strangers. No. Most of the time, family members within.
Friends.
Whoa.
So we have to be extra
That's
careful.
interesting, and I'm told we're running out of time.
So that's it.
This has been to say the least, a very interesting conversation with you, Bukola Aderemi Ladigbolu. Yeah, at least now we know when the red flags are up and how to protect our young ones from predators.
Yes,
because they are indeed predators.
And pedophiles too.
Pedophiles. I'd like to thank you so much for coming on the show. If Helen was here, I'd have introduced you as a Rotarian. But she's not. She's always jealous when I talk about Rotary. So I'll send
You need
that
let
message.
her come. And let me give you a copy of Don't Mess with the Flowers.
That message. Thank you so much.
Thank you very
Thank
Don't
you
mess
so
with the flowers.
Well, I'll get you to autograph it before you leave.
Yeah. So, still on Today with John and Helen, as we prepare to round up the show, let's ask our dear JS for his nugget for this week as usual.
Yes, I have my nugget, and of course, the nugget is to help us involved in public speaking. That's everyone, because we all speak in public. So the nugget for today is this: if you don't buy a ticket, you won't win the raffle.
Wow.
If you don't buy a ticket, you don't win the raffle. So
True.
simply put, if you don't dare, you don't win. Just like leaders who don't want to take risks, public speakers who have the opportunity to step out and go on stage, experience stage fright, and are likely to go home with nothing. As a public speaker, your message needs to be let out and must be let out completely, barring all inhibitions. And there are skills for doing this. Skills for clarity, brevity, style, and poise. And only a few of these skills, those are just a few of the skills that you need that I just talked about. So believe it or not, even silence is a skill to be learned. You have to know when to keep quiet and listen, like you said.
True.
A leader who cannot face an audience doesn't deserve his stripes. Executive speech skills is the cherry on the leadership cake. So buy your tickets and stand a chance to win in the raffle. Who dares wins. I'm sure you've seen that movie.
I haven't. I'd
You
like to
haven't?
look for it.
I'm a
Dares,
tragedy
right?
guy,
Oh,
yes.
okay.
Oh, yeah.
Old timer.
Long time, yes. So that's it for this week. I want to thank you all for being such great company on Today with John and Helen. And I also want to thank Cece for being here for us today.
It's my pleasure.
Thanks so much. Remember that Saturday night, Saturday nights, yes, there will be a repeat at 10:30, and Sunday morning at 9:30 on DSTV 408 and Star Times 308. So thanks for being with us. I'm John Senaya, and I'm out.
This is CCDK. Have a great week.
I will take you through this amazing lesson today. Well,
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. And after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool, but I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing, and ever since then I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. Wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from the school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to, when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day, because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page, because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are, the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's got talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it. And I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that, no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in these same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. At the kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, if you about a year, a year to be served. So one serve, most of them want to say the federal, or serve the federal. Àwọn kan serve ní state instead tó yẹ kán rí mi wọn síbẹ̀ wọ́n da gbogbo wọn lẹ̀ so àwọn ọmọ yẹn wò pé kí làwọn fẹ́ ṣe most of them wọn online business náà ń ṣe tó bá wo ní ọjà ń sìn àwọn youth náà pọ̀ jù ní business náà ṣe.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys from the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time that I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family, you can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, as in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning, But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that there's no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made, and Probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Roger? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were other factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come, just like you said, not like white collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment at Jobberman, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million, well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right, and place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we are upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, changing the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
Local government financial autonomy.
Makinde sets a committee to review Supreme Court judgment. As a former governor of Ekiti State, Fayose says autonomy won't work. I am Bola Oba. Fits is Plus Politics. Local government financial autonomy, Supreme Court judgment. Oyo State Governor Seyi Makinde has constituted a special technical and legal committee to review the recent Supreme Court judgment on local government financial autonomy. Governor Seyi Makinde had, before the closed door meeting, berated the Supreme Court judgment and strategies by the federal government to usurp undue authority over the state and local government administration, thereby causing tension within the nation's polity rather than focusing on other germane issues affecting the nation's economy. Similarly, Ayodele Fayose, former governor of Ekiti State, says the Supreme Court verdict granting financial autonomy to the 7 rest of the 4 local government areas could prove impracticable. Fayose said that even though he does not subscribe to the state governors taking the funds of local governments, it is difficult to separate both tiers. He said that the House of Assembly of every state controls the activities and checks the activities of the local government. Last week, the Apex Court ruled that the federal government should henceforth pay allocations directly to local governments.
I believe a lacuna has been created between that Supreme Court decision and the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. We all swore, I swore, to uphold the Constitution, but the law is the law. If the law says, if the law is in conflict, it behoves on us to look for our own homegrown solution that will ensure that we have transparency, we can operate, and our people, because when 2 elephants are fighting, the grass will suffer. Your state will get out of this even stronger. We are people that we know what is good for our people. We can run our own affairs. The federal government is not superior constitutionally to the state government. Well, they have more resources than the states. I believe a lacuna has been created.
Meeting today was to discuss what happens to Oyo State government, to the welfare of the people, to the development of the people going forward. And committees have been set up, like I said. They have between 4 to 6 weeks to look into all the issues that may arise, because the judgment will not drive itself at the local levels. The judgment will not, deliver development by itself. People will still be involved. And that is what the meeting of today was all about.
Joining us to look at things is the lawyer and public affairs analyst, Tunde Kolawole. Also joining us is the House Leader of Councillors at the Onigbogbo LCDA, Honorable Kayode Opayemi, and a lawyer and public affairs analyst, General Dokoli. Gentlemen, welcome to Plus Politics.
You're welcome.
You're welcome. Thank you. Honorable Opayemi, let me start with you.
Yes, sir.
You are in a peculiar situation. Number one, you are an elected councillor, but the contraption, the local governance institution where you function is a stranger to the Nigerian Constitution. So you cannot be a beneficiary, either directly or by proxy of this judgment credit to the third tier of government. Well, what would be your response to that?
Number one, I want to bet to disagree with you that we are strangers because we are LCD. If I would understand where you are coming from, where you're going to. Reason why is that we should remember that the Supreme Court judgment created reasons, the elements of necessity that brought about the creation of the LCDAs. If you go back to the history, when our president was our governor, he decided to expand the local councils to 57, and the then President Obasanjo, took it up as an issue. And eventually, they had to go to the court, and the Supreme Court judgment gave a ruling that the state has the power to create local government, but the process was incoherent. If you remember that statement, incoherent.
Well, incoherent. The process was incoherent.
Incoherent, yeah, thank you. It was incoherent, and by what it means is that it is not complete. It has not followed, it has not completed this process. And by so doing, that they can eventually, those 37 local government created out of the 20 can be made to be local council development areas. And in that wise, I think it was also given that the 20 local government will have the funds, but don't forget, sir, that the LCDAs are also part of those 20 local governments. They were formed from a local government, so we are not strangers, not in any way. We are still in existence, and don't forget now, what I want to put into it is a process that has been run for 21 good years successfully, that has been operating even better than some existing local governments from other states that have conducted elections in those local governments for more than some local governments that are existing in the Constitution cannot be called strangers. Thank you.
Okay, I want to believe that with your very articulate line of defense, maybe I should withdraw the word stranger and say at best, LCDAs, as they function in Lagos and other states of the Federation, are acquaintances to the Constitution as a result of the pronouncement of the Supreme Court on the litigation by the then Lagos State government on the creation of local council development authorities as an inchoate entity as pronounced by the Supreme Court. Okay, let me go to Barrister Okolie. Barrister Okolie, are you there?
I'm here, I can hear you.
Fantastic. Barrister Okolie, the Supreme Court, from the responses of the governor of Oyo State and the former governor of Ekiti State, may have pushed itself into a cul-de-sac that is generally taught against in law schools. That courts must be very careful not to make pronouncements that may ultimately end up being academic, because we are at a point now where it does seem, from the responses of former Governor Fayose and Makinde, and which may be the sentiments of many governors that are not talking out now, realpolitik would or may end up making the pronouncement or the ruling of the Supreme Court quite academic, and the governors may ultimately still just find a way around what the Supreme Court is trying to achieve. Your response, sir?
The law is dynamic. Current ground norm of Nigeria is the 1999 Constitution as amended severally over time. In practice, we've not been practicing the LCDA form of governance. It's a new contraption that governors brought up. It started from the current president when he was a governor. And we've always had local government system where funds are paid directly to the local government chairman. I think the finance minister then, Dr. Okonjo-Iweala, used to post on national dailies funds that were paid to each of the 774 local governments in Nigeria. And if you go back to the 1999 Constitution, it recognizes only the local governments. It does not recognize LCDAs. So I don't think that what the Supreme Court did was, by their ruling, was an academic exercise. It's something that has been practiced over time.
I think, sir,
we can still go back to it.
You may not have understood my question very well. My question fundamentally centers around the fact that even if the fund coming from the federation account goes directly to the local government councils, as you have rightly explained that at some point, the former Minister of Finance used to publish funds going to those local government councils. I am saying that given the response of Governor Makinde, the local government chairman may be hounded to give the funds to the governor or spend the funds as directed by the governor, because as Governor Fayose stated, real politics says that those governors are holding their offices at the mercy of their governors. Those local government chairmen are holding their offices at the mercy of the local government chairman. I'll come back to you, Barrister Okolie. I have another lawyer, Barrister Kolawole. What would be your response, Barrister Kolawole, to that? Hello?
Hello, am I audible?
Is Barrister Kolawole still there? Okay. Barrister Okolie, you may want to have a go at that.
Okay. In continuation to what I was saying, because I wanted to arrive at that, I wanted to first of all say that what the Supreme Court decided is not an academic exercise. It's something that has been practiced over time, and you can still go back to it. Now, coming to the governors, having the local government chairmen exercising their powers and existence at the mercy of the governors. Why it's like that is because we don't have a good election system for the local governments. You see a situation whereby elections are conducted for local government, and the party in power in that state sweeps all the posts from councillor to all the chairmen. So this is a good step in the right direction, but more effort should be placed to ensure that there is full local government autonomy. That is to say, ensuring that elections that usher in the local government chairman and the councillors are free, credible, and trusted. That way, development can get to the grassroots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Barrister Okolie. Is Dr. Kolawole there now?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, let me go back to Honorable Opayemi. Honorable Opayemi.
Let me start.
I'm here. I'm all here.
Let's start from the point of view that it is shocking to me that the federal government took that kind of a case to Supreme Court for education. I say this in all sense of responsibility. Because the people who are serving the responsibility of the federal government today have either have once been governors of the state, they have either been senators, or they have either also been local government chairmen themselves and others. And you find out that when they were governors, and what avail. All the issues that are associated with the management of the resources of the local government today, the structures of the local government today, elections or democracy at the grassroots level, at the local government level, and all that, began from under their domain. So what has led to the change of heart today, I really don't know. And as we say in law, whoever goes to equity go with a clean hand. It doesn't appear to me that those who took this case to court have a clean hand in respect of this matter. That is my first point of departure. The second one is that when you look at the decision of the Supreme Court and all that, it would appear to me just like one of the contributors have said, to be born out of the doctrine of necessity. The Supreme Court does not want the local government to shy off the way it is going. Because if the local government is not protected, the rapacious manner in which the governors are managing those local governments would eventually lead to threat of the local government. And whereas you and I should know that the local government have more responsibilities under them than even the state government, than even the federal government and all that. So when you look at chapter 1, part 2 of the Constitution, I think under section 7 there, you will see that what the Supreme Court has simply tried to do is to protect the local government from withering out.
Especially on the side of the councillors. I know of like 20, let me say 10 or more councillors that are from various parties. Accord, we have councillors that are from Accord party. We have councillors that are from PDP. We even have a councillor that I know that is from HELP in this Lagos state, which shows that Lagos state election has been relatively, let me use the word relatively, fair to a great extent. Now, if we are now talking about the local government election and we want to assert our independence, see, your sovereignty is what you are giving to me as an elected person. How many people within our citizenry they live in the local government? We have nostalgia at the local government election level, whereby people don't come out to vote. Those places where people came out to vote, they were able to elect the people of their choice. I can tell you of that of Agege. I can tell you of that of Mainland. I can tell you of that of Odiolo. You can go and testify. So when we are coming to make assertions, we should be able to be empirical about it. Now, going to the state independent electoral commissions, just like my learned fellow stated, there's not, when it comes to constitutionality, it can never be academical. Don't forget that in the Nigerian constitution, the creation of state electoral commission exists very, very prominently in our constitution. So if at all we want to even go about that, we have to go to the National Assembly, whereby the constitution will be amended, and maybe that article will be taken over and be given, and then INEC will be given the power to conduct the election. But it is not as we are saying that if INEC should conduct election, then there will be this El Dorado in the way we conduct election. It is not so. It is about the people who have the nostalgia at local government level to vote. It is about every one of us that are participating. It is about the desperation of some people who feel that under most, their party must have the total control of the state. You see, the institutions are there. The players in the institution, how well, as in how sincere are they to us? How sincere are they? The players and everybody that are there, how sincere, how committed are we? These are issues that we should be talking about. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorable Okwayemi. I want to believe that you too would understand that Lagos may be may be a bit of an aberration from what prevails across the country. Local council elections have just been held in Adamawa. Local council elections have just been held in one other state of the Federation, and the ruling parties in those states carried all the elected offices, including all the councillorship positions. I am not gainsaying your submission about Lagos, but even in Lagos, the ruling party controls the 57 local government and local council chairmen. Am I right about that, sir?
You are right, but I can answer you if you give me the opportunity to say something about that.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So, sir, winning election is about putting structures down. Lagos State would always have its ways of winning local government election, because many of the parties that are in Lagos State, they only wait every 4 years to come and conduct, participate in presidential elections, senatorial elections, House of Rep election, House of Assembly, and governor election. Once that is won, they go back and then they go and sleep. Even most of these parties that we are talking about, that they won elections, many of the people who won the election were people who were aggrieved in our party, who had to use those parties as a platform to contest for elections so that they can win, and eventually they did. So the chairman winning election is about the structure that is on ground. If you don't have structure in which you are going to use in winning election, and you just wake up tomorrow and you say you want to win election, it might not be possible.
Okay, Barrister Okoli, we are coming back to my first poser to you now. Realpolitik, as explained by Honorable Opayemi, who is a practitioner of the trade, speaks to the fact that as good as the intention of the justices of the law lords, the justices of the Supreme Court may be, at the end of the day, is a function of the point that you made so articulately. That's, how elections conducted by the state independent electoral commissions are somewhat relatively warped when juxtaposed with elections conducted by INEC. Two, your colleague, the Honorable, has also just accentuated the fact that structure, and when politicians use the word structure, they are basically talking about the enormous resources that seem always to be at the advantage of the ruling party, where the governor is the bankroller. So this pronouncement of the Supreme Court, in view of all these realities, what does it amount to? If you want to give us any form of enlightenment from your position and as a minister, as a minister in the Court of Justice, especially the Supreme Court, any form of enlightenment from you?
Okay. First, it's like I said before, it's a step in the right direction, but it's not the whole step. There are more steps to getting it right. And what do we do? First of all, we have to get our election system to be very okay. Our election, even the ones for National Assembly, even the ones for State Houses of Assembly, even the ones for governorship and presidential, we've not gotten them right. And it will trickle down to the local government elections. First, what am I trying to say? When people are done with voting for these elections, like I said before, there is a sense of disillusionment that affects them when it comes to coming out to vote for the local government council elections. And this peters off and extends to how people view the local government councils. In fact, as a matter of fact, where I live in Abuja, most often than not, we don't even feel the impact of the local governments. So it shows that for people to understand and appreciate the local government system, a lot of our institutions have to be strengthened. And what am I trying to say? The institutions that are used for elections, we are talking about the electoral commissions, we are talking about the security agencies, that is the police, the military, and the paramilitary agencies. We are talking about the individuals, those who are caught messing up with the electoral system are supposed to be punished adequately. It will serve as a deterrent. So when people know that their votes will count and their votes are actually counting, they will participate more in local government council elections, and they will hold their councillors and their chairmen. They will hold them more responsible than they will even hold their governors, because these people, these chairmen, these councillors are people that they can see on a regular basis. They attend the same church, they sit down in the same area, in fact, they possibly read at the same newspaper stands. So when you see that you can feel, you know your councillor, you know your chairman, and you can feel what they are doing, then you can give them feedback on how to get things right. And this is how development will trickle down to the average Nigerian. Thank you.
I still tend to hear you speaking to the idealism of the Constitution, how it ought to be. And for me, you seem to be deliberately speaking about the reality of what prevails. I guess maybe because you live in Abuja, because relatively in Abuja, INEC conducts local government elections in Abuja. That's number one. Number two is that Abuja does not have a peculiar political phenomenon akin to the governors at the level of the states. And most times, we have also discovered historically that the opposition parties tend to often win the local government elections in Abuja. But that's not what usually prevails at the level of the state. So I'm sitting here, sir, Barrister Okoli, this is for you again, thinking you may not be addressing the realities that instructed the litigation by the incumbent Attorney General to see for the pronouncement of the laws on the autonomy, on the financial autonomy of local governments. Am I right, or do you disagree with me?
The financial autonomy of the local governments have been hampered a lot by governors. But I want to go back to what you said about living in Abuja. Abuja, to an extent, is how politics should be played. You hardly see a high level of political breedingage, clashes and all that. Not because there are no humans in Abuja, but because there is a high level of security presence. Now, coming to the financial autonomy that you talked in your last question. First, if a governor, being the leader of a state, determines who contests what and when, there will be a lot of patronage when it comes to handing over the coffers of the local government to him, in order to ensure that at the end of the election cycle, the person is still in good books of the governor for future recommendation to other offices. But when we get our elections right, when we don't need to get blessings from personalities, from principalities, it will go a long way in ensuring that our local government system works. And as Nigerians, we really need our local government system to work, because the local government systems are the drivers of development. There is no country that is developed that their local government system, be it county or whatever terminology is called, it's not, those systems are not working. You may say that it's a bit of idealism, but before things got worse to this level, I know for a fact, because I lived in Imo State during that time, I know for a fact that local government elections were better contested, better handled than they are being handled now. It's just an erosion of values in our institutions that is making the local government elections to look like a bile, where the ruling party has been granted by to determine who gets what and all that. You see an election having 90% return in favor of the ruling party, no matter how bad the party must have fared at the state level, they are still accepted. And when you talk about structure, finally, when you talk about structure, structure can be good or bad. Where people are being attacked when they go for rallies and all that, all in the name of you don't have structure or you don't have backup and whatever terminology is used, it deters the good people from coming into politics. So structure, like is being said, can be a structure of criminality, can be a structure of fomenting trouble or creating an unrest that will scare people away. And scaring people away from the political process is a form of rigging, is a form of electoral malpractice. And we need to arrest all these malpractices in order to move forward as a society. Thank you.
Honorable Okwayemi, are you still there, sir?
Very well, very well.
With a degree of humility from my side, I want to submit to you, I want to humbly submit that Lagos is the perfect example, or Lagos is the perfect example that speaks to the vacuity, the academic nature of the pronouncement of the Supreme Court. Why am I saying that? There are only 20 constitutionally recognized local government authorities in Lagos. And yet, realpolitik-wise, empirically and practically, there are 57 contraptions reflective of local governance in Lagos. And within the context of the reality in Lagos, even if funds were to come from the federation account to the 20 constitutionally recognized LGAs, the chairman of those LGA cannot afford to want to assert holding to them, because there must be a peculiar arrangement for those funds to be shared by the LCDAs that were birthed from the 20. And here we are talking about financial autonomy when no local government chairman in a peculiar scenario like Lagos, like Osun, like some other states where LCDAs have been created, they are ever say they want to hold on to any fund coming directly from the federation account to the purse of the local government authority if they want to still be in politics. Honorable Okwayemi, as a Lagos politician, an elected officer of a local government entity, how would you respond to that?
First and foremost, I want to ask you, sir, as you have said, that 20 local governments are recognized within the in the constitution. Are you telling me that the areas within the 37 LCDAs are not anywhere in the map of Nigeria? Or are they not part? Sorry, I'm coming bit by bit. Are they not part of those 20 local governments in their various areas of demarcations?
Honorable Opayemi?
Yes, sir.
Do we or can we agree that when the funds are emanating, when the funds are coming from the Federation account, going to Lagos for under the heading of local government funds, they will only go to 20 entities? Do we agree on that?
I'm not going to speak to that because I'm not the Attorney General of Lagos State. So I have limitations where I can answer questions. Being a public servant, so I won't be able to answer that on here. But what I know is this: one, don't forget that the Supreme Court, by its judgment made far back in 2005, recognizes that there are 37 LCDs in Lagos State. And it is still the same Supreme Court that has given a judgment that, okay, go and pay money directly to the local governments. Now, I know lawyers when they want to play with words. The issue of whether an LCDA or a local government should be part of the payment has not arose at all. People are the ones bringing it up for public discussion and things like that. So it is now meant for the people who are professionals in the learned field to take it up and ask of, okay, what implication does it have to do with what is on ground? But we must understand one thing. There's no reason why we should paint something that is black, then we paint it purple. The LCDs that we are talking about has been in existence as part of those 20 local governments. They deserve rights to enjoy from those allocations in any way, in any form, because they are part of the development. And also, I still maintain my ground that a process that has been successful, even more than the existing local governments that you are talking about, that has been successful, that has been existing, that has been functioning in every way in which an ideal local government should perform, should not be jettisoned in any manner or in any form. What we should be talking about moving forward now is how those 37 local governments, if you want to talk about it, when many states created the LCDs and General Obasanjo came out that he's not going to accept it. It was only Lagos State that stood its ground. And today, the story is a success story. I can tell you as a councillor, just to go back to what my brother talked about, it is not every local government that you don't feel the impact. For example, I can boast of what I have done in my own ward. I can tell you of projects that I have done. I can tell you of what our governor, Sanwo-Olu, has made all the councillors in the 57 local governments to go and do in their various wards as ward projects. I can tell you rhetorically that there is an instruction given by the Speaker of Lagos State that every year a councillor must have 2 ward projects being done at their various wards. These are impacts.
Okay, Honorable Opayemi, I can really empathize with you because in many respects, you are speaking to an idealism of what should be, which in a peculiar way you believe is happening in Lagos. But I can also authoritatively tell you that when funds are leaving the Federation account coming to Lagos, only 20 local government authorities are recognized. I know that because of the peculiar nature of Lagos, having all the 57 chairmen belonging to a particular party, the understanding to distribute the money in such a way that it speaks to equity amongst the LGAs and the LCDAs is a fantastic contraption. As a Lagosian myself, I am happy as a Lagosian who also believes that Lagos ought to have gotten more than 20 LGAs, and indeed there should be a mechanism that should recognize the LDAs. I feel you, but my brother, reality is reality. When those funds are leaving Federation account, they are coming just to 20 designated addresses.
I agree with you.
That takes me to the barrister now. I'll come back to you. We still have an opportunity. Barrister Okoli. Now, just like I had earlier stated to you, that we may be speaking to idealism at the expense of reality, I need to take in another direction now. Governor Makinde is of the opinion that we have an aberrative federalism or an aberrative federation. That in all the federations that he knows, there are only two entities, central and federating units. That the situation in Nigeria is peculiar and that it is robbing the states the benefit of effectively administering its territory. That the local government, that the federal government is becoming a meddlesome interloper in how the states govern themselves, wanting to use the local government authorities as a disruptive force, when ordinarily the federal government should be facing the challenges of righting all the enormous wrongs of the economy. What will be your response to that from Governor Makinde?
Respectfully, I disagree with the governor on these grounds. First, the economy cannot move further if we don't get our governance right. And our governance starts from the local government system. First, public health care centers are supposed to be the sole preserve of local governments.
You mean primary health care centers, PSCs?
Yes.
Yes, I
And
agree with you.
a lot of them are not functioning well because the local governments are not functioning. Most of the local governments are not functioning. So whatever that is happening at the local government level, it affects the common man in the streets, and it in turn radios back to the economy. Now, another angle where I disagree with him is that in the United States of America, for example, you have the federal government that is at Washington, D.C., then you have the states, and then you have the districts. And they all work hand in hand together. No one is interloping or overshadowing the other. They have their duties spelled out and they carry it effectively. Like I said before, you have counties in the United Kingdom. Even in Switzerland, you have canyons. Most of these countries don't even have states. What they have is the federal government and the local authorities, because they understand that development, economy, whatever good indices cannot go well without the input of the local government councils. Whatever, no matter the affiliation or the name it bears, but the impact of the local government councils can never be overemphasized because it helps to drive the development.
Just an observation that I want you to take away and verify outside this program. The Constitution of the United States of America recognizes the Federation as a relationship between Washington and the states. Counties are formed at the expense of the state in America. They are not recognized constitutionally as a third tier of government. In Switzerland, as you have alluded to, the federation is between the center and the cantons. There is nothing that defines a third tier at the level of the cantons as a result of what Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu proved when he was governor of Lagos. It should be incumbent on the states for effective governance to dynamically adjust local government structures with a view to making sure that people are effectively served. So we need to get those facts straight. Honorable Opayemi.
Yes, sir.
Your concluding remarks, given the fact that we are where we are now, and it does seem that Lagos, the father of modern Lagos, is the incumbent president. He was the governor who pioneered the machinations of creating extra constitutional entities for effective governance at the local government level. And yet this judgment is coming during his era as the president, and Lagos is in the peculiar form or shape that it is in now. What say ye to a political like you functioning in an entity that is part of the 37 created, that is not totally recognized by the Constitution?
First and foremost, what I know about our president is that he has always believed in the local government system working. And that was the reason why he felt that 20 local government was not effective for Lagos State when he brought about the ideas of creating 37 LCDs along with the 20 local governments. Presently now, we know what is going on, what is trending in our country: insecurity, food insecurity here and there. Sir, if we want security in our land, the local government system must work. And I'm sure the man who knows where to put and how to remove is the man that is there. He understands that if we are talking about security, we must be sincere with the ideal way in which the local government must be run. Because why do I say so? If in my area, there are going to be, if we want to know where the bad boys are, if insecurity will start, it will start from the ward. The councillor of the ward would understand that, okay, so some guys are gathering there, and there can be a cry out. And that's why Lagos is working. Every month, we always have a police peace and security meeting at the local government level, where all the security households will be represented. And then we talk about where areas where there are possible security threat, and actions are taken immediately. But in local governments whereby they are locked, maybe once in every week, they come in and they just do what they want to do, they go. How do you expect that security will be effective there? And these are the things that this man understands. That if you want to talk, sorry, sir, before I finish, sir, if you want to talk about food insecurity, the local government can actually facilitate to see how agriculture can be successfully manifested in the nations. For example, if you give every local government chairman a mandate that, look, you must have, each local government must be ready to have a farmland whereby they produce one or two things, you can imagine how food insecurity will be taken off. So what I'm trying to say is that Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu understands that local government is the main.
My brother, don't let's speak idealism. Reality is that in many of the metropolitan LCDs and local government areas of Lagos, daily people are robbed on the streets. They have councillors in those streets. You know, people are robbed in traffic. You don't even have the land. Let me give your colleagues the opportunity to wrap up.
So can you just, so that you see, if there are anybody that are robbing robbed. The robbers most times don't get scot-free. Let me give you, there was the time during the NSAS riot. The guys who in my area went to cut away these properties in the.
I'm not talking about answers. I'm talking of normal days.
No, I'm just
normal days in Lagos.
The boys who carted away with the properties, I went to their houses to collect it and return it back to the police. What I'm trying to say is that we know the bad boys. We know ourselves. We are the major.
And then it's about time. Then it's about time. Councillors and chairmen got more effective, because I'm basically telling you now that we daily hear of reports of bad boys functioning seemingly at large on some of the arterial roads of Lagos, and they seem to be getting away with it, my brother. Reality in Mombasa.
Yeah, because what you are saying, sir, what I'm saying, the insecurity is different from criminality. See, there's nowhere, even in America, as we think it should be, there are some criminalities. But see, insecurity is when you have, see, insecurity will eventually come when there's...
Let me let your colleague also have his closing shot.
Okay, sir.
Barrister Okolie, your closing shot, please.
I believe that the local government system has to be revitalized, has to be get to a stage where it will be working. The common man can feel it. That way, it's the only way that we can get Nigeria right on the right track. That is the way we can solve a lot of the issues bedeviling our country. I agree to an extent with Honorable Bayemi. Security is a local issue. The local government, if they are working, they will work well to ensure that security in that local government is optimized. Healthcare should be a local government issue, at least at the level of private, primary healthcare centers. Education is equally something that the local government should handle, because they know where the schools are, they know how the schools are.
Master Okolie, I have to wrap it up at this juncture. I understand you. I fully agree with you and Opayemi on the idealism of some of the points you are making. But you will agree with me, Barrister Okolie, that if security should be the primary responsibility of the local councillors and the chairmen and the state governors, we have a peculiar federation where all agencies bearing arms are answerable to one man only at the center. The governor's ability and the chairmen and councillors like Opayemi's ability to deploy the powers of coercion to control criminality in their constituencies are limited. You see, that is why some of us want to believe that the pronouncement of the Supreme Court, the intendment is good, but the reality is that it is academic. Thank you, gentlemen, for blessing the show. We look forward to having you some other time. Time is far spent. Thank you.
Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you.
I want to say thank you to you, members of the audience.
Thank you very much.
For today. My name is Steve.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, Foluke, is that you? I said, no, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't allowing me, going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember when I was still in school, UJ, I would jump from one bus to another, you know, going for auditions. And sometimes when I get to the audition ground, I fail the audition. I actually worked with a director who said I failed this audition like twice or 3 times. And eventually I played a lead character, you know, on that project. And it's actually very inspiring. And I also want to talk to everybody out there. Sometimes I believe young people just want to be stars and they don't want to work hard. And I feel it's not right. I feel you must, if you want to showcase your talent, you have to do it right. Focus on the important things, which is go for auditions, be nice to people, be humble, because once you're humble, you find purpose. Yeah.
One of my downtime moments would be probably when while acting, I had a terrible car accident that nearly took my life. My legs were broken, my face got burnt, my hands, legs, and everything got burnt. That was quite a challenging time in my life when that happened. So that's because it was life-threatening, life-changing. You felt like your whole life was coming to a stop. You know, the things that your face is your business. You can imagine your face being burnt at that time and you're feeling that your career was over or your life was over. So that was a quite downtime. But, you know, God was merciful throughout this period. He gave me like a very strong, resilient spirit to pull through. But
winning election.
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Where would I start from? Because I started acting very young. I started 1997. And what would I say was my downtime? Well, maybe when I started Palace, I couldn't tell my mom that I was acting. But when they would show me on screen, the teasers, I was there. And my mom asked one day that, Foluke, is that you? I said, no, it's not me. So I had to go and meet my mentors to come and help me beg her to act. She first refused vehemently that she wasn't going to allow me to act, blah, 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 blah. And I had to beg. I was crying for days. So eventually, she now called me and said, okay, that she will accept on one condition, that I will make sure that I go to school very well. I'm still fulfilling that promise till now because I promised her PhD. And that I'll make sure that I have a home and I'll be a role model worthy of emulation.
Well, my journey into Nollywood has been an amazing experience, actually. I didn't just start off and became who I am right now. I actually started from somewhere. I can remember
Hello and welcome. I am Destiny Momo. This is News Brief. Philip Shaibu, the reinstated Deputy Governor of Edo State, has officially left the People's Democratic Party (PDP) and returned to the All Progressive Congress. The announcement came less than 24 hours after Shaibu claimed his spirit had left the PDP and he was already an unofficial member of the APC. The Federal High Court in Abuja nullified Shaibu's removal, stating that his impeachment was politically motivated. The judge ordered Shaibu's reinstatement and directed the police to restore his security. Following the court verdict, Shaibu appointed aides, including Chief Press Secretary and Chief of Staff.
Your Excellency, the Governor of Cross River, Your Excellency, the Governor of Ondo State, my brother, my father, Comrade Adams Aliyu Shomole, I want to stand on already established protocols. I want to thank God for today and give him all the glory. On behalf of all of us in Legacy Coalition, we have come to join APC, our home. And I want to assure our national chairman and all the members of APC that we have come to add value. And it is time to take our state back. It is time to take our state. It is time to take our state back. And by the grace of God, sir, action will speak louder than voice. We are ready to move. Are we not ready to move? Are we not ready to move? Are we afraid? You know, we know they look for trouble. But when he come, we'll use our raw body and move on. Not be so? So this is a clear message to them. This is a clear message to them. We, the home boys and home girls and home papa, and we are ready to take our state back. And by the grace of God, our next governor and deputy governor is going to be, by the grace of God, Monday Okweholo and Dennis Idausa.
On his part, former Governor and Senator Adams Oshiomhole accused the PDP-led administration of destroying the civil service in Edo State.
And I want to speak to some of the half-truths and lies that they are parroting all over the place. In other clients, if you have been deeply involved in business transactions with a state government, which can be described as insider dealings, you cannot aspire to take over to govern that state. All the COT that the PDP candidates bank collected from Edo taxpayers in his bank, how does he reconcile that? How? The civil service has been destroyed. Civil servants replaced with consultants. Public service is not about consultancy. When it is time, we are going to bring out the record. Let nobody tell us he's a successful businessman. If you are successful, remain in your business. Remain in your business. Remain in your business. And you must show us your business address. You must tell us the number of workers you have employed. But if you are just an expert in transactions, you know what they call transactions? They use that one. They use that one to set up what the other man call Yahoo Yahoo. How? Who is parading himself as a technocrat? Techno what?
The Edo State People's Democratic Party (PDP) has expressed shock over the destruction of property at Benin Airport and the death of a police officer, Inspector Honorako who was attacked to the All Progressive Congress APC candidate, Senator Monday Okpebholo. The party chairman, Dr. Tony Azegbami, accused the violence of being orchestrated by APC thugs to enforce the Abuja Federal High Court's judgment that reinstated the impeached Deputy Governor of Edo State, Comrade Philip Shaibu. He called for a full investigation.
The Edo State chapter of the People's Democratic Party expresses deep shock over the wanton destruction of properties and the death of a police officer as a result of the violence orchestrated by thugs of the APC under the guise of enforcing the Abuja Federal High Court judgment that reinstated the impeached Deputy Governor of Edo State. It is quite disheartening that an innocent police officer lost his life due to the violence unleashed on innocent citizens by the APC led by its governorship candidate, Senator Monday Okpebholo. The PDP expresses deep sorrow over the death of this gallant officer. We commiserate with the family of the deceased and pray that our good Lord grants him eternal rest and the family the fortitude to bear the irreparable loss. We call on the security agencies to thoroughly, in-depth analysis of the incident that happened yesterday at the Benin airport. We urge the police, the security agencies, to carry out an autopsy on the body of the fallen hero.
When they were coming, as at the time they said the policeman, may his soul rest in peace, was shot, there were at least 20 mobile policemen in their convoy. And they saw from where they were shot. No, this is not a case of a sniper shooting someone. Why did they not retaliate? Somebody carries a gun and kills your colleague in your presence. And I was looking at the body of that person they paraded around town. His hands were put in his pocket, and I did not see blood. I want to urge our people not to be intimidated. Your votes will count. All they are trying to do now is to look at different ways to disenfranchise you. We urge the Commissioner of Police to please ensure that a complete forensic investigation is done as to how that policeman died.
And as the September 21st governorship election approaches in Edo, a non-governmental organization called for a peaceful election. The Initiative Rally for Peaceful Elections staged the Walk for Peace in Benin City, promoting I Stand for Peace slogan. Convener Dr. Bright Onyo Vokuko highlighted the unique nature of the election and the importance of peace in the process. However, concerns were expressed over the conduct of various parties who are criticized for attacking personalities rather than issue-based campaigns, which they believe is not the best approach for a sustainable democracy.
On the 2024 gubernatorial election, our messages are clear and directed in this manner. One, the candidates of the various political parties that we have invited to tell the world how they will enshrine peace in their campaign, as well as giving their supporters the needed tone and body language to embrace peace. They must demonstrate in words and action that their ambition is not worth the blood of any citizen. The stakeholders, majorly Independent National Electoral Commission, the Nigerian Police Force, as well as other law enforcement agents, not to be silent or keep mute or turn a blind eye to any issue that may jeopardize peace. The citizens, especially the voters, who must realize that their permanent voters card is not a pass for them to go out on election day to violate the Electoral Act or guidelines. Now that the election is still some weeks away, we call on all to participate in various voters education programs in place in order to be acquainted with the do's and don'ts, as well as putting up best practices.
It's our fundamental human right
to be voted and to vote for our own individual preferred candidate. But in the process of exercising our franchise, those rights, we always advocate that let it be a peaceful exercise. Election processing is not a do or die affair.
We are using this opportunity to talk to our sisters, our mothers, our friends. Please, as this election is coming, play your role as women. Talk to your wards, talk to your husbands, talk to your sons, to embrace peace. Without peace, we cannot achieve any positive results in our society.
So please let us extend this campaign to our families, to our brothers, to everybody. So that
And gunmen ambushed and killed Gara of Chachanji, His Royal Highness Tanimu Kumbia, and his son Yusuf on Friday in Takum Chachanji Road in Taraba State. The incident occurred when the traditional ruler and his son were returning from a funeral event. Governor Akbukeva has confirmed the incident and directed law enforcement agencies to bring the perpetrators to justice. The governor expressed condolences to the bereaved family, the Chachanji community, and the entire people of Takum Tiv Cultural and Social Association. President General Chief James Baka condemned the killings and called on the government and security agencies to investigate and bring the perpetrators to justice. Baka urged everyone to remain calm and allow security agencies carry out their responsibilities effectively. And Ondo State has seen a tragic incident where 2 passengers were killed and 5 others, including a female corps member, were abducted by 15 suspected gunmen. The incident occurred on a Black Saturday in Oshe Local Government Council area of the state. The bandits, armed with AK-47 rifles, ambushed the commuters at Omialafa village in Ifon community. Witnesses reported the attack to police detectives in Ifon. The commercial vehicle was coming from Anambra State with passengers heading to Owo and Akure. The corpses of the passengers have been deposited at a private hospital in Ifon. Police spokesperson Fumi Odunlami confirmed the incident and stated that their men are working to rescue the kidnapped victims. And stakeholders in Nigeria gathered in Abuja to discuss violence, injustices, and criminality patterns. The International Alert, a non-governmental organization, organized a 2-day workshop in collaboration with the Borno State government to find solutions to insecurity among various communities, religious and ethnic groups. The event aimed to restore peace and prosperity among various tribes, religious bodies, and interest groups.
Working in silos is actually counterproductive. It's always good to establish peer learning opportunities like this, where we all together assess the drivers of injustice, violence, and insecurity across the country. We know that these 3 variables, these 3 themes of violence, injustice, and criminality is actually an intractable problem that we are grappling with in Nigeria. Whatever region you look at is grappling with these 3 themes. So we carefully selected these themes as something that cuts across the whole country, that affects all of us. And so the meeting will aim to identify solutions to these issues. And part of those solutions is establishing exit pathways. Exit meaning that what are the ways out of these 3 teething problems that we are facing in Nigeria. Whether you talk about amnesties or you talk about using a kinetic or non-kinetic approach, or actually increasing access to justice in communities whose rights have been violated, all these different approaches are being tested in the different geopolitical zones, and we want to pull all these ideas together.
Borno State Honorable Commissioner Professor Usman Tar plans to establish Northeast Security Commissioners and Advisors with International Alert's approval, citing credibility and sincerity in addressing insecurity issues.
The International Alert is a credible entity. We don't jump at offer from entities to, co-sponsor or, collaborate on projects. So, we we have confidence in International Alert. We are talking as a partner, and International Alert has, we sat down and we discussed, and we looked at the pros and cons of the proposal, and we are happy to collaborate. Media is, is still trapped in the old narrative of Borno, being the home of insurgency, some of our local governments under insurgency. All this has changed. Our 27 local governments are fully controlled by the federal forces. There is freedom of movement, and there is transportation is booming, agriculture is booming, education is booming, everything is working. So there is no reason for them not to report Borno for what it is. Do not underreport Borno. Report it accurately.
Stakeholders commend the organization's efforts in addressing violence, injustices, and criminality in Nigeria, with the High Commission of Canada focusing on empowering women and girls.
As you have these important discussions today and consider the different exit pathways from injustice, from violence, from criminality, we also would encourage you to keep in mind as well the experiences of women and girls and the value of their empowerment when it comes to key efforts for tackling.
In such a way that
Oftentimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they are also human.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Finally located at the Lekki Free Trade Zone in Lagos. Rep Speaker Tajuddin Abbas and his deputy Benjamin Kalu led the delegation from the House, which included Honorable Ikenga Ugochingere.
In terms of quality, when we started, our quality was about 600 to 650 ppm, and the 600 to 650 ppm is one of the best in terms of quality. Okay, at that time when we started, but as of today, we're 87 ppm. And I assure you, media, you can come again and take sample on Monday. By Monday, latest Tuesday, will be at 50 ppm. By beginning of August, will be at 10 ppm. So in terms of quality, we are doing very, very well. Nobody can produce anything better than us. We don't believe in the test of people when they bring in ships, because those tests, people write fake things. And, even during COVID, people were writing fake COVID certificates. So, all the results, if they want real results, they should go to SGS or Cotecna. They will give them the real certificate. But the right thing to do for Nigeria is to go to the filling station. And we want anybody to go to any filling station and buy. We'll test for you free of charge. It takes us maximum of 5 to 10 minutes. We'll give you all the parameters. And our own parameters today, we want to announce to the Nigerians, it is extremely very good parameters. We've left that 600. We are not at 600 anymore.
You want to comment about the PMS, when the PMS will be outputed?
By the grace of God, PMS was supposed to be out by this July, but we had the fire incident. The incident that we have, actually disrupt us for a few days. But by latest 10th or 12th of August, PMS will be ready.
And presidential media aide Bayo Onanuga has accused supporters of the 2023 Labour Party presidential candidate Peter Obi of planning nationwide anti-hunger protests on August 1st. Onanuga, who is the special advisor to President Bola Tinubu on information and strategy, claimed that Obi's supporters were the ones planning the chaos in Nigeria. The protests were reportedly planned by youth and groups with viral hashtags and promotional flyers on social media. Onanuga claimed that the organizers of the protests were the same people who infiltrated the NSAS movement in 2020, acting under instigation of the detained leader of the proscribed indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You're still watching Plus TV News Brief. We'll be back after the short break. Stay with us.
Welcome to Bayes University, Abuja, Nigeria, with a legacy of excellence and a vision for nurturing future leaders. Bayes University is in a league of its own. We're all about our people, processes, and technology.
Bayes is one of the highly rated universities in Nigeria in terms of product quality standards.
We don't just produce graduates, but groom people into employers of labor.
And it has made us understand that learning is all about three things. We learn, we unlearn, and we relearn.
Bayes University Hospital offers a range of specialized services equipped with the latest technology, manned by a team of trusted professionals. And now, our vision extends beyond our walls with the Baba Ahmed University in Kano following our lead. Join us at Bayes University and invest in your future today.
Bayes University is the institution that you will get the best value for money education in Nigeria.
Bayes University. Learn to live.
You're welcome back to Plus TV News Brief, and I'm moving on to other parts of Africa. Kenyan President William Ruto has appointed the first 11 members of his cabinet, retaining 6 former ministers in the key portfolios of defense and interior. The president has not yet appointed a finance minister whose area of responsibility is the contentious budget falls. Demonstrators have been calling for a fresh start, accusing the former ministers of incompetence, corruption and displays of opulence amid the high cost of living. Opposition coalition members distanced themselves from the proposal to form a broad-based government, calling it a betrayal of the Kenyan people, particularly Gen Zs and millennials. The month-long protests have led to at least 50 deaths and over 400 injuries. And from news outside Africa, 2 people were killed and 3 others missing after an empty cargo ship struck a bridge in southern China on February 22, 2024. Another 11 people were killed when a bridge in northern China collapsed amid torrential rains. The bridge in Shaanxi province's Shanglou collapsed due to a sudden downpour and flash floods. Rescue operations are underway, with 5 vehicles recovered from the water. Large portions of northern and central China have been battered by rains, causing flood and significant damage since Tuesday. China is enjoying a summer of extreme weather with heavy rains across the east and south and heat waves in the north. And now in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has intervened in the foreign exchange market, injecting $106.5 million to address corporate demand pressures. The move aligns with the CBN's price stability mandate and commitment to a well-functioning and liquid market. The CBN sold the $106.5 million to 29 authorized dealer banks and purchased over $9.5 million from 4 authorized dealer banks at exchange rates ranging from 1,510 naira to $1 to 1,550 naira to $1. The CBN emphasized its commitment to supporting various segments of the official market with liquidity and promoting ethical conduct. The general public is advised to direct their foreign exchange demand to their banks and BDC operators in accordance with prevailing market regulations. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, X, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on Limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Destiny Momo. Many thanks for watching. Have a happy Sunday.
You're in a queue, for example, and you go to some places or some countries and the queue is the queue. You have to join from the back, right? And that's conducive because, hey, I was here before you, makes sense. But then you find some people that they just don't have the time and everybody is in a hurry and they jump to the front stylishly and feel they will get away with it. Sometimes some people just don't want trouble and they just leave you with your, you know, your actions. But then you will find in some places where people don't like it, they don't condone it, and they will call you out. Excuse me, the queue is at the back. We need to see more of that nowadays.
You've probably experienced a scenario like this. You're waiting in line for a service or to buy something, and someone who sees the long queue comes along and goes straight to the front of the line, completely disregarding everyone standing. In most cases, some people on the queue will speak up, but some will look on with utter disbelief. With teeming population, it is almost inevitable not to experience queuing. If you're not queuing at the bus station, you're queuing at the ATM or in the bank, or to get tickets to your favorite show. Queuing is a way to create orderliness and to ensure that there is some fairness. But like clockwork, there will always be the impatient ones, or the ones who feel too smart that they find a way to jump the queue. Queues are not created to simply waste time but to ensure orderliness, because the chaos that happens without the orderliness leaves a lot of people bitter, angry and helpless. The reason why queuing is challenging for us can be associated with the way we see it. Darden Professor Elliot N. Weiss and colleagues Graham Gillam, Kylie Simmons and Donald Stevenson explained that across the globe, people wait for food and transportation, to make purchases, to get services, or to have experiences. But how they view the wait, what the rules are, and what they expect vary widely. Some cultures see needing to wait as almost always negative, while in other societies, seeing there is a line can signal there's something worth waiting for.
In an environment where they don't call it out and they allow people to jump the queue, and jumping the queue becomes normal and the norm, they won't say anything, they won't see anything wrong with it. They will continue to do it because they can't see the bad in it. You get to an environment where, hey, it's not possible for you to ever think of jumping the queue because people say, get back. Excuse me, we've been here before you, join the queue. There and then you notice that you've done something wrong. It conditions your mindset, I can't jump the queue in this environment, it's not acceptable. And so you begin to readjust yourself. It's a culture change.
Instead of seeing queues as a waste of time, see it as a way to better manage time. It is also a way to ensure fairness and equity. The next time you feel the urge to jump a queue, don't. Instead, remember some of these guidelines. Make up your mind if you will join the queue or not. Once you have joined the queue, stay in your line. You may decide to ask what the waiting time is before you join the queue. Some organizations will provide this service. Try to stay in lane, only reserve by using someone you know. Never say you were behind someone in a queue. Wait for someone to be behind you before you leave the queue if you must. Respect other people's space while on the queue. Watch your conversation on the phone, keep it confidential. Watch your personal belongings. Try not to leave shopping bags on the floor. Acknowledge the number of bags you're carrying. If you forgot something, unless it is close by, you will run the risk of losing your place once you leave the queue. Exercise huge amounts of patience, even when the queue appears endless. If you're holding a place for someone, explain to others around you to avoid conflict. Sometimes, the queue may be a telephone inquiry. You may have the option of calling back or leaving a message to be called back. If someone appears like they're jumping the queue, politely correct them without getting into a squabble. Always wait your turn if the queue is automated. Sometimes you may need to wait to be beckoned, served, or for the green light before proceeding. Follow the rules and move orderly.
It's that time again of True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, a program where we bring to you Nigerians that are worth emulating, Nigerians that are role models, Nigerians that have done us proud in the Federal Republic of Nigeria. My guest on the program was raised in London. She is a lawyer, a writer, a lifestyle expert, educator, and Nigerians' most glamorous and ageless ex-beauty queen. Well, if you ask me, I'll remove the ex. I think she's still a beauty queen. There's only one beauty queen that just refuses to fade over the years. She's still beautiful, still young, still like I described her earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time on True Nigerians, Heroes of Our Time, I have Helen Prest Ajayi. My pleasure to have you on the program.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to meet you again.
Such a beautiful introduction.
Yes. Okay, our traditional question, first question. In your own opinion, how would you describe a true Nigerian?
A true Nigerian is irrepressible. Yes. You can't keep a Nigerian down. We are friendly. A true Nigerian is a friendly person. A true Nigerian is accommodating. A true Nigerian is resourceful.
You are describing yourself. That's why we're here.
I'm describing true Nigerians that we see every day. They are so resourceful under very difficult conditions. They're irrepressible.
That's why they survive everywhere.
Yes, yes. We are hopeful. We're spiritual people. We're culturally sound. You know, with all the bombardment that we get on our system, yet we're still culturally intelligent. We hold on and we're deep. So many people have been bombarded and their cultures have been washed away. But Nigerians were culturally sound.
You've been one of Nigeria's famous beauty queen. You've seen it all. What would you say? The pageantry, it's kind of saturated now. There are a lot of beauty queens everywhere. You know, I'm sure one day they will have Miss Box and Miss Grass. There's a lot of it everywhere. From your own time to now, what would you say we have achieved as a country using beauty queens?
Yes, we have had beauty queens that have had great pet projects. Recently, Miss Nigeria, that's Miss Nigeria organization. I think beauty queen of 3 years back, was it 2017? Lacey, she had a fantastic educational project that they launched, which has actually even continued throughout. 3 other beauty queens subsequently have taken that project on. I think it's called the Green Girl Project. I'm sure you must have heard a bit about it, the Green Girl Project. Yeah. That's just...
I've heard about it, but I didn't know it was started by...
It was by Miss Nigeria. I think she was 2000... In fact, I was a judge that made her Miss Nigeria. But I was a judge that... One of the judges that she became Miss Nigeria under. So, yes, that project was started, and I think it's really... It's caught on and gone on.
I think I agree with you. I know that project.
You know the project, yes. It's quite a big project. It's lived beyond her time. She started it, handed it over to the next one, and the next one, and the next one. So it's really a project that has grown, but came from the seed of Miss Nigeria.
Is there some form of, I don't know how to put it, some form of union in the pageantry? Is there some form of rules and regulation in regards to pageantry?
No.
You don't?
Pageantry is an equal opportunity pastime. It depends, it's an individual choice. If you feel confident enough, and if you feel that you're intelligent enough, beautiful enough, you have an X factor, a charisma enough to think you can win amongst many beautiful people, many intelligent people, then you should go for it. It's not something you can really legislate on. It's talent. It's a talent. Just like you have a talent. You have a talent that is distinct and different. And what makes you unique? A beauty queen is a unique person because she's first. Yeah, yes, exactly. She buds through, pushes through.
What is one major thing that can disqualify a beauty queen in a competition, no matter how beautiful she is?
Oh, there are quite a number of things. First of all, a beauty queen has to have some sort of charisma because she is she's many times she's representing something. She's representing the organization. You're representing your when I was a beauty queen, I was representing my country. You're representing, if you're promoting a product on behalf of representing, she must have charisma. She has to have that X factor. She has to be somebody who's confident, who is also articulate, because as you see now, you're talking to me. She has to go for interviews. She has to talk about whatever she's representing, whatever she's promoting, whatever they're projecting at the moment. She has to be able to, so she has to have good diction. She also she has to be literate. In fact, highly literate, very intelligent and literate, because questions can be thrown at her from every corner, and she has to respond intelligently.
Talking about questions, I was watching one of, I think it's Miss World.
Yes.
And I wasn't really watching it.
Yes.
I just walked into the sitting room and they were watching it. And one of the girls, I think Miss South Africa,
yes,
was asked a question. I didn't even know she won.
She won.
They asked her a question, and the way she answered it, I was like, wow. I said, this should be the winner. That was what I said before I left.
That's what always happens. I recall when I was when I was running during the show, they asked me a question, and I remember to this day because it's.
What was the question?
The question was, as a Nigerian, what do I think of polygamy?
That's sensitive.
Very. Very. So you can imagine.
So what did you answer? I'm curious.
Yes. I was a law student, so I went straight to say, well, it depends. If you've married under the Act determines that you should have one wife. And if you marry under the Act, you cannot now go and marry again under native law and custom, because the Act supersedes native law. Yes, yes. However, if you marry traditionally, then you're free to marry as many wives as you choose. So it's really a choice. And everybody, we are not judging, it's just a personal choice. The important thing is to decide what you want to choose from the beginning. So all parties are aware of the situation they're going to.
That's a very good answer.
Well, I won the competition based on that, because there was an uproar and this was back in not now, people are back in 1979. So a beauty queen has to be intelligent. I don't know why people feel that or believe that beauty queens are not. You have to have a very high IQ. Very high.
Because different questions can be thrown at you at any time.
And also because the reason you need to have a high IQ is that people still have the belief that beautiful girls are stupid. So just for that reason
I used to think so myself. Those days. No, honestly, in those days. Because when I was growing up, there were some beautiful girls around the area, and all they think of is their beauty, how they look.
Oh, wow.
They can't even make one sentence.
Oh, wow.
So that impression as a child growing up, I just thought that most beautiful women are empty upstairs, but all that has changed now.
Yeah. Well, I don't think, maybe you notice beautiful people, beautiful women. I'm sure there are a lot of ugly girls too, or less beautiful women. The same way too.
No, I like beautiful women,
yes,
so I don't even notice.
You notice them more. You notice them. You didn't notice the other one, so it wasn't equal up. It wasn't a level playing thing.
No. That's not my fault. I like beautiful women, period. But you know, the technology now, you can't find an ugly woman anymore.
I never have ever believed. No, I've never believed that. You see, I have never believed that you can have an ugly woman. I really, because once everybody has a talent, and once that talent is enhanced, the person looks beautiful.
You know, I think you are. You know what I'm thinking? I think you are overeducated.
No,
that's why you are saying that.
No, it's
you are, no. How can you? You know, you are not talking like the layman on the street.
No, it's true.
I represent the street.
No, because you're not seeing the person.
It is what they see. You are talking about internal
interaction. You see, when you see somebody, first and foremost, that is not the true picture of the person that you're seeing. When you're interacting with the person, then the real picture of the person comes out, which influences actually what you see. You can have a very, yes.
I agree with you, because I have had cases and times when I would, in those days, you know, before my wife would when I would see a beautiful woman and go like, oh wow, and then we go out and sit with her.
Turns ugly in front of
she turns up because you can't even have a conversation with her. So I just go like, wow, no, this is not happening.
I really believe that a person transforms before your eyes. You know, you'll be so surprised. And then also, don't take that from me only. That is the story of Beauty and the Beast. The fairy tale of Beauty and the Beast is.
Beast has a lot of money.
Not about, well, yeah, it's still a beast, but it transforms.
For men,
it transforms.
You don't have to be physically handsome. If you are qualified, you know, to be a man. I personally believe that being a man is not just by sex. Being a man is being able to take care of responsibilities and be principled. That is what makes you a man.
Of course.
So for you to be a man, you should be able to take care of all your responsibilities as a man should. And those responsibilities comes with money.
No, they're not all about money.
A man should be able to take care of a woman, true or false?
It's true. And a woman should be able to take care of a man as well. It's not only about money.
I think you're a good woman. You're a good woman. You're a Nigerian good woman.
I'm a Nigerian. Taking care is not just about money. People think it's about money, but it's not. There are many factors. There's mental health, there's physical health, there's emotional health. There's so many parts. There's cultural health. There are many parts of taking care. It's not just, there's finance. It's one slice of the pie. There's a big pie.
You want us to go on this? Because I don't understand how it's finances. Even my Bible tells me that money answereth all things. You see, the truth is that after God, your family, is money. It's next.
Yeah, it's a very important.
Because no matter how much I love you, I need to take care of you because I love you. For instance, I cannot stand seeing you on a bike. Jumping from one place to another because I love you. I have to provide a vehicle or an Uber to take you wherever you want to go. Is that not how it should be?
Of course. You say finance. What about health?
Supposing you become ill, how do I take you to the hospital?
There's some illness money can't fix. Do you know that?
They are rare.
Many. Oh, please, don't say that. There are many terminal illnesses, many long-term illnesses that money cannot fix.
Well, that's true.
Yes.
That's true.
So what happens to the other qualities? That's when they come in. Have you ever had to... I remember when my father was ill, and before he died, you know, if I was there, I thank God that I was there. But there's beyond money. Bathing, you have to bathe your father. You have to feed. That's not money. You can hire somebody, but you cannot hire somebody to do it well. These are factors that maybe men don't really consider. It's not just about money. Is a very important factor. I like money. We all like money, but there are so many other factors that we need to bring up to give it an even balance so people can understand. You know, if you don't have money, then you provide other things as well that really will not even make the person remember that you don't have money, and still make the person happy. So money is important, but it's not the only important thing. Nigerians, we tend to think that money is it's just like, okay, I'll give you education. Government throws money at education. It's not a money issue only. It's not a money. You can build great houses, great schools with ACs. That's not going to teach a child how to read and write. If you do not invest in the teacher and train a teacher properly, you can build palaces and every village can have a school. We will not make our children educated. We have to have the correct curriculum. We have to have the train the teachers to educate in a way and manner that the children can understand. That is more than a function of money. That is a function of understanding.
Yeah, I agree with
what you need. You know, and that's emotional intelligence.
Wow, this is a lot of wisdom.
Thank you.
You are an author. You wrote a book. I mean, you wrote a book. Wow. The topic is complete English grammar. You know, the truth is that English has been incomplete until now. Yeah. It's colorful. It's very.
People always say that.
Translative.
Yeah.
Is there a grammar like that? Am I correct?
No. But English is dynamic. It's a dynamic language. It depends if it's adopted. It will now become part of the English language. So
I know a man of God. I know a man of God in a church. In fact, Dunamis, to be precise. He's always using yeyeshos.
Well, if it's adopted by most people.
You see, and people understand what, obviously, every Nigerian will understand what yeyeshos mean.
If it's adopted.
But tell us, this must be something you really want to express, or you want to, now with the bad reading culture in Nigeria, how does it affect what you're about to do, or what you have been doing, or what you have done?
Okay. First of all, I think I have to disagree with you slightly. Okay. On the premise, it's like I give a dog a bad name. I hear that a lot. Nigerians have bad reading culture.
Does it discourage you when you hear it?
Well, okay, let me tell you what I feel. First of all, I know for a fact that Nigerians are very curious people. We are curious. We like to keep abreast of what is going on. We're particularly politically astute. Every Nigerian is a pocket politician. Even when you go on the street, Nigerians will always have something to say about what is happening politically. This doesn't happen in other countries, by the way. You ask an average American, he can't even tell you what's happening, or an average British person. He can't tell you what is happening to the extent that ordinary Nigerians can tell you what is happening. So we're curious people. The reason I believe that reading is very poor is because we have a high level of illiteracy. In the country, we have over, I would say 70%. I'm sorry to say it's very high because World, United Nations have pegged it at around 60 something, over 60%, but I believe so now, and that was like 5 years ago, it's about 70%. It's really high. It's really high, and we don't realize it, especially we that are living in the cities. But you know that it's high because most people can't really understand plain English, and this is one of the reasons I wrote the book. And the reason I have to say that they can't understand is because English is not our primary, it's not our first language as a people. Everybody has their language that they speak in their homes.
We have even reconstructed our own to Pidgin English.
Well, that is a hybrid because of the need. You see, we have a problem. English...
How is Pidgin English hybrid?
It's hybrid, and I'll tell you why. We have the problem. English is our national lingua franca. All our official documents, the official language of the country is English. But the population has their own language. And unfortunately, we are not a we're not a cohesive population, so we have so many different languages that our people are coping with. Pidgin was brought in to kind of straddle all these other languages so that we can communicate with each other. Now what happens is that people speak their language in their homes until maybe like the age of 4, 5, then they come to school. So they now come to school, and instead of us taking into account that these children don't speak English, they've never spoken English, nobody in their environment speaks English, we now bring them to school and start talking to them in English, to teach English, as if they've always heard spoken English all their lives. So what you have a disconnect at that primary stage. And that disconnect doesn't allow children to key into the education system properly. First of all, they find it difficult to acquire the language because you're not taking into account at all that they don't speak anything at all. It's like me, Zaki, bring you now to say, Zaki, come to school. We're going to start speaking French. We're going to teach you French. Because that is our language here. And you need to know French. And instead of taking into fact that you've never had French before, I'm not speaking to you in French to teach you French. How difficult is that? Can you cope?
No.
Good. Of course, some very bright ones will somehow struggle through and get it. And of course, rich ones, parents from children from rich homes, will have all the additional help and adjustment and get it. But the vast majority will just fall by the wayside. And that's why you have even people passing out of primary 6, going to secondary school, they can't string 2 sentences together. And then you're blaming them. Why are you blaming them? You can't blame them because we didn't spend enough time acquiring teaching children how to read, write, and speak in primary 1 and primary 2.
That is what informed?
Yes, because I realized that a lot of people are just managing through. They don't really understand what you're saying.
This country needs unity. We need peace.
I'm all for renegotiating the terms of our coexistence. We have to renegotiate it.
The youth have been misguided, unfortunately. You know?
I like my country. I like the land and people.
Hey, look, I have 40% shares in this company. But if I had known that you...
Judges
are either corrupted or they are afraid of giving judgment.
There's no stopping.
No stopping.
But government requires more revenue to make sure that these initiatives
Give us a better Nigeria! Give us a better...
Youth are the vehicles of change. The youth are the answer.
Treacherous body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw. And that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people would say, this doesn't suck. You actually had to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogu had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in Biafran blood.
It was a revolution!
I was with one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of SO&U, then Mr. Greg Olutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual